very careful.
Tell the youth them for be strong. You can't tell the youth them for preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah. Each one, and our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason. Smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen, and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go.
Listen very, very carefully.
Tell the youth them for be strong. You can't tell the youth them for preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah. Each one, and our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason. Smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go. It's the government no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them more than little of them. Me see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. More time it hurt me to see how the face. Deal with the eagle of them. Regular me see it a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go. It's the government no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will comment with. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, but we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect we. In our life, we have no fanfare. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go. It's the government no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
Very carefully.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them out to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 days, we can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go live. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle we submit. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest said them want it though. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, how me see enough stress. Them all a fight for who reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a pre the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. I saw the thing said, cause the streets don't rest.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life. ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want it though. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life, ghetto life. This a real ghetto life, ghetto life. It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, rifle a beat. Everybody want the guns and want to drive in a jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 wheels, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep a eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go leap. Them never yet plant and not try figure rape. Bigger heads where you fight for the seed. Now care about the future nor the child when you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle with some need. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets where we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, ghetto life. Talk about ghetto life, ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life, ghetto life. This a real ghetto life, ghetto life.
Very carefully.
Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Of righteousness, they say we are praise. When God spoke his words, they said he was deranged. Marley sung his songs, they said the same. Malcolm X and Martin Luther fought relentlessly so we could be better. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise.
Hey, what's happening, Sunchild?
What's going on?
Ain't nothing, buddy. I'm here. What you getting into?
I'm listening to you. You said America is not built on slavery. Let me ask you a question. Would you say America accumulated its wealth and power on slavery?
No. No, I would not say that.
What did America accumulate its wealth and power on?
I think that the America, I think America is. It's arguable that America started really after the Civil War, and the Civil War was fought to end slavery. And so I would say that America built its wealth on the industry that happened after that period. With when after the slaves were freed and most of them moved up north to work in those factories and industries. I think industry is really where America built its wealth, and Americans built their wealth off of their innovation. Slavery ended very soon after America got its independence. And I think that the South, if anything, it was the South and those southern states that built their wealth off of slavery, and not America or the side that won the Civil War.
So you don't think the southern economy affected the northern economy?
At those points, I think those states were very independent. The states operated pretty independently, and I think that the southern states, if they did affect them, it was just in any other way that neighboring states affect each other. But I just don't. I think that slavery was the mainstay of the economy of the South. That's why the South was fighting to keep slavery in place. But slavery was not the mainstay of the economy of the North, or at least the vision of the North for what America is was not built around slavery at all. They had to end slavery in order to really make America, to bring about the vision of what America is. So again, I think slavery is foundational to the South or to the Confederacy, not to America. And I don't necessarily think that the wealth of the North was gotten from the Confederacy. I just don't believe that.
Well, a quick Google search might help. It says slavery was a central part of the North's economic and social development from the beginning of the British colonies. Enslaved people worked in many fields, including agriculture, manufacturing, and domestic work. The profits from their labor helped build the North's economy. How slavery was used in the North: agriculture. Enslaved people worked on farms, raising livestock and growing crops for the West Indies. Manufacturing: enslaved people worked in factories as carpenters, shipwrights, sailmakers, printers, tailors, shoemakers, coopers, blacksmiths, bakers, and weavers. Domestic work: enslaved people worked in homes, shipyards, and mines. You do know there was slavery in the North as well, and the northern states only abolished slavery before the southern states. You do realize that, right?
Yeah, and you do realize that what you're reading about is describing what's going on in the British colonies. So slavery was essential to those British colonies, and those British colonies were built around slavery, but America was not. Like what you're reading is about what took place in the British colonies.
America was built on the wealth of those colonies. Those colonies are what became America.
No, America was built on
separating the colonies from America. The colonies are what became America.
No, America gained its independence. That's like saying Jamaica.
Yeah, but they kept the wealth that they earned, that they gained. They didn't give money back to Britain. They gained their money from Britain. That's how they
What
were
money?
even.
What money are you talking about? What money are you talking about?
From the industry that they built on the backs of the slaves.
And what money are you talking about? You're talking about money for the government?
For the colonies, brother. the colonies that had slaves, they were getting money and they were being taxed by Britain on that money that they were making. And they said, why are we even being taxed on this? You don't think they were making money off of slavery?
So were they making money or were they being taxed?
You have to make money to be taxed.
Okay, but so they were making money. So what is it? How is that what America is built on? How is that what America is built on though? That's what the British colonies were built on.
Brother, America, the colonies are what became America. So if the American colonies are built on slavery, America was built on slavery. Those are what became America.
America defeated the British. America defeated the British in order to create the America. Like, what do you mean? That's what America didn't continue the colonies. America defeated the British.
Yeah, the colonies are what became America. You're aware of that, right?
Those colonies became free states.
Yeah, they became the United States.
Is what the natives did before the British colonies? Are the British colonies built on what the natives did?
No, the British colonies were built on they gained their wealth and power primarily through the slave trade. That's what people mean when they say this America was built on slavery. They're talking about the accumulation of their wealth and power was primarily through their main stock at the time was slavery and slaves. That's where they made most of their money in order to even have a revolution and in order to build these industries that later led to an industrial revolution that you're talking about. It's on the backs of slavery that they built that wealth. How about ancient Egypt?
But that wasn't even America though. That wasn't America.
No,
You're saying America developed. That wasn't America.
It became America based on the wealth that the colonies built. They used that wealth to build America. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Let me ask you an easier question.
Okay, so no, hold on. No, before you ask me an easier question, hold on. Before you ask me, hold on. No, maybe I have to mute you. Hold on. Before you ask me another question, right? Like you just like to just make a statement and then you just like to just keep talking. What was I gonna ask you? Don't just make these statements and then run away from them. Like I don't like when you do that. You just make these grand statements and then try to just run away from them. But anyway, go ahead, ask your question.
Did ancient Egypt build its wealth and power through slavery?
No.
How about Rome? Did Rome build their wealth and power, accumulate their wealth and power primarily through the slavery?
No, I don't think so.
How about France and Portugal and Britain? They didn't build their wealth. Their economic wealth was not accumulated through slavery and their power. That wasn't accumulated through slavery.
You talking about the wealth they have today? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, the wealth that they have today.
Like, are you asking me if the wealth that America has today is built on slavery? No, I don't think so.
No, brother. I'm talking about in the building of their wealth and their economy. That is actually going on until this day. Yes. What I'm asking you is, how do you think these empires accumulate wealth if not on the backs of slaves? I think you have a poor understanding of history. All empires, maybe not all, but most empires like ancient Egypt, Rome, the Western empires, Britain, France, though they were built on slavery. Even if you go to Africa,
I think that's a major oversimplification, though. Like you're making a really big oversimplification, right? And if what you're saying is true, if all empires and all civilizations are built on slavery, why are you condemning America so much? What's like all African states were built on slavery? I'm asking you, aren't all African states built on slavery? All European states, Asian states? Like, so if what you're saying is true and they're all built on slavery, What's your major concern now?
Well, my major concern is to broaden your horizon, because you think when people say America was built on slavery, we're singling out America. We're just stating a fact that you seem more comfortable saying, okay, America's built on slavery like all other empires. You see how you're more comfortable with it now? But
no, I'm not more comfortable with it. No, I'm not more comfortable with it. I'm trying to show you that you should be more comfortable with it. Based on what you think, you should be more comfortable with it.
No, I don't have to be comfortable with any empire being built on slavery. Just because all these other empires like ancient Egypt and Rome, even the Dahomey, like you said, they built and accumulated most of their wealth on slavery. Does that make me comfortable with it? No, it's just a fact that I'm neither comfortable nor I might be indifferent to it. But it's just a fact that you seem to be in denial because you feel as if you have to defend America and the fact that, like other empires, it was in fact built on slavery.
Now, the other empires, listen. The other empires you mentioned, Dahomey, for example, Dahomey had slavery from the beginning of their civilization to the end of it. The same can be said about Rome. Rome, there was slavery from the beginning of Rome till the end of Rome. Egypt, from the beginning to the end. Most of these empires that you spoke about that are built on slavery had slavery from the beginning of their civilization till the very end of it. America stopped slavery at the beginning of America. The first state that ended slavery. Sunchild, can I ask you a question, Sunchild?
America had slaves. Brother, hold on. You are incorrect. America had slaves. You understand America had slaves for 250 years? Do you think that means they ended it at the very beginning?
250 years? Yeah. What are you counting? How do you get 250 years?
Don't worry about it. Go ahead, ask your question.
I thought you would say never mind. America has not had slavery for 200. No, listen to what I'm saying. America gained its independence
America started in 1776, right? And you're not counting the colonies, right?
Slavery was ended in 1865. If America was started in 1776 and ended slavery in 1865, how do you get 250 years out of that?
Yeah. So you're not counting the colonies, right?
No, that's not America. That's Britain.
You're not counting those.
No, that's British slavery.
Yeah, that's pretty convenient. Go ahead.
That's British slavery. It's pretty convenient because it's a fact.
No,
but what I'm telling you is, but what I'm saying is, but listen to the point I'm telling you. The reason I'm telling you that America is not built on slavery is because America ended slavery very shortly after America started. The first state that ended slavery in America, let me just say this, the first state that ended slavery in America ended slavery in 1777. Which was 1 year after we gained independence. So America started, and then the next state was like the year after that. So America started freeing their slaves right after independence. Those northern states. It's the southern states that took until 1865, and we had to fight them to end it. But the northern ones were gradually ending it right after independence. So America is not built on slavery. It just is not. And you cannot compare America to these civilizations that had slavery all throughout. You just can't.
And you're really pretending that the northern states did not build their industries off of the southern industry of slavery, that they had nothing to do with the economy of the South. That's what you're really sitting here and telling yourself and trying to tell me and other people on the whole internet.
Yes, because I think if the North was really that dependent on the industry of the South, they wouldn't have went to war to end it. If the North was that dependent on the slavery of the South, they would not have gone to war to end slavery.
Yeah, why? And the reason, do you understand why they ended slavery is because of the Industrial Revolution, and they felt that there was perhaps better ways to make money than that, and because of
that's not what the abolitionists said. That's not what the abolitionists said. The abolitionists said they ended slavery because of the abolitionist movement, and abolitionists ended slavery. You got to let me
Yes, and
talk.
also
You're
because
going
of
to
a
ask a question.
and also
They
because of
ended
a
slavery
humanitarian
because
movement of
slavery is
abolitionism. Yes.
inhumane.
Yes, there was also a humanitarian movement, but there was also an industrial revolution that brought in what they called wage slavery, and they felt they could make more money that way. That's also a part of American history.
Okay, so you think we're still slaves today?
Well, yeah, to not hardcore slavery, but that as far as some people do believe that there is such a thing as wage slavery, where people are in fact, especially the poor class people, are in fact what they call wage slaves. But I'm not going to pretend it's the same slavery. But there is that argument to be made. I'm not looking to make that argument now. All I'm saying to you is you're pretending, you are really here pretending and talking about because America one state ended slavery in 1770. Slavery wasn't outlawed until 1865. That's almost 100 years of legal slavery, 250 years on the continent of America. And all those 250 years
in the South, brother, in the South.
The South was a part of America and the American economy, and it built the.
I know, but don't forget that's what the Civil War was about. The Civil War was about to end. Was about ending.
Brother. You are absolutely. For someone who calls himself the American dream, you have no idea of how the American economy works and worked. And for you to even
Sunchild, it's just me and you on the panel. You don't got to cut me off. You don't got to talk over me. We don't got to talk over each other. It's just me and you. Okay, buddy? Like, you can say what you want to say. Let me say what I want to say. We don't have to cut each other off.
If I won't cut you off.
Go ahead.
So you're sitting here
telling
me you really don't think that the northern states benefited from slavery in the South. That's what you're telling me.
No, what I'm telling you is that if the northern states fought to end what was going on in the South, and you're telling me that were there individuals that benefited from slavery in the North? Were there individual companies that benefited from the slavery going on in the South? Absolutely there were. But slavery was not something that the North valued as the way to move forward for the country. They just did not. They went to war to end it. So you can't now here be telling me that was the source of their wealth. They went to end what they knew was the source of their wealth. I just don't buy that. I think that.
And you understand that the produce that was created in the South by the slaves is what was imported to the North, and the northern states paid the South for those imports. You understand that, right?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
You know, there was trade going on. They traded with states traded with one another. You know, slavery was still legal. They traded with the South. They traded with Europe. They still trade. They sent ships to North Africa for stuff still. They were trading with everyone. Yeah, you there, buddy, or you done? Yeah, I think Sunchild fell out. I don't know what happened to Sunchild.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. There you are.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I can't continue with this conversation much longer. I'm pretty sure you're trolling because I think you know better. You're more
I think you're
educated
trolling. No, I actually think you're trolling.
Yeah.
I actually think you're trolling.
I think a simple Google search would help you. I think you should Google how did the North build its wealth from
Sunchild, you just Googled it. It was talking about the British colonies in the North. That's not America.
No, it wasn't.
Sunchild,
No,
I think you're confused, Sunchild.
No, it wasn't.
It said even what you read said the British colonies.
Brother, that's why I think
It said slavery. It said slavery has been present in the northern British colonies since the beginning. It was talking about the British colonies.
Those northern colonies became American states, brother. That's why you're trolling.
Yeah,
you're
after winning their independence.
You are pretending that you can separate the British colonies' wealth from the wealth of the northern states. And that is a joke. You are kidding yourself and you are trolling. Stop.
And here's why I think you're trolling. Here's why I think you're trolling. I think you're trolling because you think because you cannot separate the wealth, even though I disagree with you. But your logic is because you cannot separate the wealth, you cannot separate their values, right? That's what you're saying. They're built on the same wealth, so they're built on the same values. And you're totally wrong about that. That's why you're trolling, because that's really what you want to say. You're saying it's about wealth. Let me finish, Sunshine. I didn't cut you off. You're talking about wealth, but the only reason you're saying that is because you're saying that they're really built on that slavery, and it's still slavery that's holding them up. But that's nonsense. You're really trolling. If you think it's the wealth from slavery that's holding up America today, you're just trolling, because you can't believe that. There's no way you believe that, Sunchild. I'm gonna say what you just said to me. You're smarter than that. You have to be smarter than to think that the wealth of America today is based on the slavery that happened 200 years ago in the South. You got to be trolling.
Okay, well, when they say America was built on slavery, that's what they're talking about, the wealth that was accumulated to build this. And yes, that will always be the foundation of America's wealth. Some of the same banks that became rich, some of the same families, it is the same wealth that was passed down from slavery. It's called generational wealth. It is the same families, it's the same generation of people who, if you trace their heritage, they will go right back to slave plantations, whether in the South and in the North. And those same northern families whose families became wealthy from the slave trade and slave labor in the South, those northern families passed that wealth on and on and on. It's called generational wealth.
So let me ask you a question.
Seriously, it has nothing to do. America was not built on values. America was built on wealth. And the primary stock and wealth of that America was built on is slave labor. This is
and what you're suggesting, Sunchild, what you're suggesting is that because I think you just said it, that if you go back, if you trace back the richest people in America today, if you trace back their lineage, they go back to slave owners. Most of the richest people today, their lineage goes back to slave owners. That's what you're suggesting.
I'm saying if you trace back, a lot of people in America still have the generational wealth that they created from slavery.
About what percent? Okay, about what percent of Americans?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. About what percent of Americans own slaves?
I don't know.
About what percent do you think own slaves?
I don't know.
Okay. Maybe you want to do a Google search of that, right? What percent of Americans own slaves? Because I don't think it was that big of a percent. I don't think it was that big of a percent at all, right? And then I think that the percentage of people alive today that are descendants of those people is even a smaller percent of Americans that live today, right? So let's say 20% of Americans own slaves. I think that maybe only about 10% of them is what I would say. Only the Americans that live today is maybe 1% of those people. Only 1% of Americans today can trace their lineage back to 25 of the Americans that existed owning slaves back in the day. My numbers is rough, but they're in that territory. 1% of Americans today can trace their shit back to slavery in America.
I don't know that to be true. I don't know that. I haven't looked at that.
Let's say it's 10%. Let's say it's 10. Right? And what you're telling me is that those 10%, all of the people that are descendants of slave owners are now rich, are still rich. And that's Philly. You got to be trolling. That's just not true. What you're saying is not true. Right? You seem to have this idea that, oh, the people that were slave owners 200 years ago, their kids still have that money. Like, that's not necessarily true. For one, it's not a whole lot of them, for one. It's likely not a whole lot of them. And for two, it's more likely that they're not still rich.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Did slaves build the infrastructure of America, the early infrastructure of America? Was it built on slave labor? The White House, the Capitol, were those built on slave labor?
I think they used some slaves to build it, but there was also, it wasn't just slave labor. There were also trained contractors, trained people that built. There were like professional people that built it. They used slave labor, like, you know, the way when people are making houses in anywhere, they have people working, just mixing the more like the labor that's there, just laying the bricks or whatever. But there are trained people as well with the laying the foundation. And that's the main labor that's what built the country. The people with the plans and the outlines. Those are the people that built the White House. You know what I'm saying? Like if the people that came up with the blueprint of the White House came up with the blueprint, had all the ideas, bought all the equipment, know exactly where everything is going, and then they bring in some labor to put it together. Now all of a sudden it's the labor that is the foundation of the house. No way. That just doesn't make sense to me. They're just the labor that's just doing what the contractor is telling them to do. The contractor is the foundation of that house. He built it. It's his blueprint, it's his idea, it's his everything. They're just following directions. They're not the foundation of anything. They're just following directions. And it's the same that's true of the country. It's the people that had the blueprint, that came up with the blueprint. They're the ones that built the country, not the people that they brought in to mix the stuff that builds stuff. Like, they're not the foundation. They didn't build it. Okay. They're just the labor.
I understand. So the labor doesn't build it. It's the directors that build it.
The people with the ideas, the people with the blueprint, the people that bought the equipment, the people who have the blueprint, and it's their idea, and it's their money, and it's their investment. They're the ones that's building it.
So the people, they don't have to live it, but they built it.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I understand your point. That's fine. Let me read something for you. This is an article from Arizona State University. The title is "How America Was Built on Slavery. Those Roots Can Still Be Felt Today." It says American capitalism was built on the backs of slaves and the slave economy, and not just in the South. Some of these practices are still with us. Historian Calvin Schermerhorn explains how slavery built America without returning virtually any of the gains to the enslaved people or their descendants. He also describes how racial inequality is part of our national DNA and why it persists. Schermerhorn is a professor of history in ASU School of Historical, Philosophical, and Religious Studies and the author of 4 books on the history of slavery in the U.S., including Unrequited Toil, A History of United States Slavery. Now, that's just a Let's see if I can bring up the actual article. Can you hear this?
No, I can't hear anything. Hey, Sunchild. Sunchild, can you hear me?
Yes.
You know, I am going on 3 hours. I'm at the 2 hour, 56 minute mark. I didn't plan on hitting 3 hours, but you know, and it's 7 o'clock. It's a good time to end the show, but we can continue this debate, at another time. You know what I mean? We'll set up a show for it where you'll be a little more prepared. I'll be a little more prepared. And we can talk a little bit more on it. But after 3 hours.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But I don't know if I can stand another minute of this conversation, since I think you're just trolling. So I'm going to probably.
Wow, that's interesting, because when you went and got an article, I thought you could stand more minutes of it. I thought you were looking for more articles. That's even why I suggested we do another show, because I noticed you weren't even listening to me. You were trying to find something to read. So yeah, so it's all good with me, bro. I think I've said what I want to say. I don't know any more that I would have to say about it. But again, I think countries and empires and civilizations that have slavery throughout their existence are built on slavery. America is not built on slavery. America got rid of slavery right after it got its independence. So no, I'm adamant about that. I don't care how many articles. I don't care how many. Bro, I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna finish. You don't have to talk while I'm talking. I don't care how many articles you pull up. I don't care how many articles you pull up that say America was built on slavery. Hold on, let me mute you, because you don't know how to stay muted. Sheesh. He mute you. Oh man, this guy. Yeah, I know. Someone was definitely trolling. You know. And peace to you, Christoph. Always a pleasure to see you, sir. You done know. But we are indeed at that 3 hour mark. Man alive. I'm gonna get off it. I'm gonna get out of here. Go live again soon enough. Just, you know what I mean? Stay tuned. Christoph, are you in the Discord?
Actually, did you
Hold
put
on,
this?
buddy. Hold on, buddy. All right, peace. What's up, peoples? We not going anywhere. We live. We in here. We dropping the link after 10 likes. You don't know, that's the routine. That's the mantra. So, you know, like the video and we drop the link and get some building done tonight. So, you know, definitely hoping y'all like the video so I can drop the link. Yeah, man. Bless yourselves.
Ooh, yeah. Suddenly there came a sound from heaven, as of a rushing mighty wind, like the rushing of a mighty wind, like the rushing of a mighty wind. Come and fill our hearts again, like the rushing of a mighty wind, like a river that is overflow, like a river that is overflow. Come and fill our hearts once more, like a river that is overflow. Let it overflow.
miles around as you send your spirit down just to revive your church, to revive your church again. Please come in like a rushing wind, like the rushing of a mighty wind, like the rushing of a mighty wind. Come and fill our hearts again, like the rushing of a mighty wind. Let it overflow, let it overflow, let it overflow, let it over, let it overflow, let it overflow, let it overflow, let it over, and let the people come from miles around.
Transatlantic slave trade, where we can say was initiated as all of that helps. Blessings. Let's get started. Yeah, I guess fundamentally the only point I was making is that in terms of the slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade, where we can say was initiated as Ankh said, I think by the Pope's decree in the 15th century, and slavery was going on all through the 15th century, which is the 1400s, all the way up to 1802, right? So most of it, the majority of, let's say 95% of that, was before America was established as America, the Constitution and all that. So again, in terms of the slave trade, I think in fairness, we should separate that and say America really had no role in the slave trade. In essence, that its involvement may have been so minimal, if any. Like I said, I would probably guess that whatever slaves were coming in, it wasn't sanctioned by the government. It was just individuals or individual companies doing their trading and bringing people in, even at points illegally as well. And it went on illegally for years. And I think that the government was fighting against it at that point as well. So, so did slavery happen in America? Sure. And I think we should separate, but that's all I'm trying to suggest, is that we separate slavery, the slavery that happened in America, to the slave trade or the transatlantic slave trade. I think that, in fairness, like, they're two separate things.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Now, y'all can tear his head off and do whatever y'all want. He got his whole point out now. Now, how do y'all want to deal with what he said?
He used one word. You used another word that I didn't like, and that was the word only. Only is a minimizing term. When it comes to slavery, we don't want to minimize nothing. Now, if I sell drugs for 30 years and then I stop selling drugs, and then somebody referred to me as a drug kingpin, 40 years later, like, yo, dude was balling. He was a big time dope boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, they wouldn't be wrong for describing me as that. So, selling slaves, being a part of the transatlantic slave trade for 26 or 30 years or whatever, you know what I'm saying? is still being a part of the transatlantic slave trade. I understand what you're saying, but I just don't like the minimizing term that you use. Use the word only. Go ahead,
No, hold on. What you think about that American dream? Do you understand this point about using only? Do you agree that can you agree with Corey on his point, or do you disagree with him that you was that connotates kind of minimizing slavery or America's role in slavery when you use the word only?
Right. So I think, if we do the math, right, from like 1444 to 1802 is about, like, my math ain't that good, but it's about, 350 years, right? Let's say 350 years. So, and then and America was involved for 22 out of 350 years. Right. And the 22, like I like to say, and when I say America was involved, all I mean is that I don't mean America was involved. I mean, America was established within those 22 years, but it doesn't necessarily mean the government was the one bringing the slaves in and participating in the slave trade. It could have just been individual American people or individual companies. It wasn't a sanctioned American thing. And that's all I'm suggesting. I'm not sure.
I don't believe, because I never understood, and I could be wrong, right? I never understood that the government was a part of the slave trade. I always understood that the government benefited off of it. You know what I'm saying? Just like they benefit off of the corner store down the street, right?
Right. But, if you remember,
the slave traders were private business owners.
Absolutely. That's why even to this day, certain shipping companies are being sued.
I'm not taking. I say that not to take the onus off of America. I'm saying they were reaping the benefits throughout, whether it was on the black market or whether it was before it was deemed or abolished or deemed illegal. You know what I'm saying? They always reap the benefits. They still reap the benefits off the dope deal that goes on. Y'all think y'all think the government ain't benefiting off the dime rock that got sold on the corner, but the government benefited off that because you went to go buy bags, you bought some baking soda. You know what I'm saying? You used some gas to go get it. You got a cell phone and all of that to get your calls on in the car. All that. The United States benefits off of that. You see what I'm saying? So,
but that doesn't make them responsible for it. That doesn't mean you blame them for it. Like I can benefit from a lot of things.
For the 26 years that we talked about, or 22 or whatever the math is, we're gonna blame them for that. We're not gonna put the word only. We're not gonna say they only did it for 20 years.
Before America got independent. Before America became independent, America was a British colony. The British had slave ports in Africa. And they transported slaves from Africa to the America. And in order for you
so the government actually did that. All right. Yeah. See, I was never clear on that. I never really understood that totally social, so I'm glad you clarified that.
It's called the Parliament and the House of Commons. It's basically like you had private companies, right, that were that was
contracted
from the government. So you would have those companies were called royal companies, right? It'd be like the Royal Dutch Indies, and you know what I mean, or somebody.
Yeah, I think Corey, you gotta mute while Chef talking. Your mic.
I know that ain't me.
Somebody should echo it.
Yeah, you gotta mute when he talking. When you talking, it's clear, but when Chef talking, you gotta mute because it's echoing like crazy.
Yeah, but either way you put that wasn't America, right? That either way you put it, that would be Great Britain.
That'd be Britain, not to say
or France or Spain, right? Because Spain had colonies that we call states of the United States. France had colonies you know, that we call the territory now is in the United States, and both of those both of those colonies had slaves in those colonies. And when America took over those territories, they acquired those people in those territories also, right? So you know, it definitely wasn't America. So if that's what you're saying, it was only America for the 20-something odd years that you can say America, that the constitutional government of America.
I think that's where we can all agree at. I think we all agreeing on that point. My only thing was just the minimizing of it, you know, the minimizing term. That was my only thing, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so can I dive in? I want to get back to where you at, Sosa? You on here, right?
Yeah. Hey, can I just say one thing before you go to Sosa?
No, I want to go on to Sosa. I want Sosa to read something. I'm great. Dissect what you just messed up. Do you want to compete? You want to add on to you messing up? You can, because when I come, I'm coming hard. I got a good lesson behind everything you said.
Let him continue.
No, I just yeah, it's going to be real quick. I just want to be clear. So from if we say the slave trade started in 1444, right? From 1444 to 1802 is 358 years, right? From 1776 to 1802 is 28 years, right? 26 or 28. Now, 26 years. 26 out of 358 is actually 7%, right? Which is 7 out of 100, right? 7%. So America, for the whole time America was established only for, if I'm saying this right, was only there for 7% of the slave trade that happened, the legal slave trade that happened, right? The transatlantic slave trade. So when Corey said I'm trying to minimize it, like you know, if I understand that, you know, you don't like the word minimize, but when you think about it, like 7% of the whole, like America was only existed for 7% of the time that the whole slave trading was going on, for 7% of it. And you know what I mean? And if they were involved and did anything to be involved, it would be even less than that. I think most of that 7% had nothing to do with the government of America, right? They weren't involved at all. The government was just in existence. That doesn't mean that they were involved in it. So I know you don't like the word minimize. We should all agree that 7% is a very small number. And again, the only point I'm making is for us to like, I think we would be kind of, you know, like making believe that America was involved in the slave trade when really it was in existence for only 7% of the whole time.
All right, well, let's do this. 24, right? Let's do 24. Let's do 24 plus, what's that, 65? 89 years. So we can say we can say America had slavery, right? America, the United States of America, dealt in slavery, right? And slavery was legal in America, the United States of America, for 89 years. We can say that. Now, in the transatlantic slave trade, they was only involved for around 26 years? Say 26 years, they was in the transatlantic slave trade. But for 89 years, they dealt with the slaves that was here. It was legal. Slavery was still legal for 89 years under the Constitution of the United States. So that you got to deal with that also, American Dream, right?
Absolutely, and I'm not saying I'm not, but I think is that me echoing?
No, it's my turn though. We don't need you to add on.
No, just to say the last thing, I think, you know, like when I used to think of America's history with slavery, I used to always think about 400 years, right? So now to think of it as only 89, like 89 is, you know, a much smaller number than 400 years. And so if we're really talking reparations, you're going to have to really reduce that number too, in fairness, right?
No, hold on.
Damn near a third. That's damn near a third of the time. I mean,
the reparation argument ain't so top today. I already know
89 years, right? Under slavery, right? Then you had another 100 years, right, from 1865 to around 1972 with the Housing Act, right? We was under Jim Crow. So come on, yo, that's 100.
Can I present my case, please, to get him out of here?
And one thing before you go, you can never forget about redlining. People always forget about redlining, but redlining is the most important thing because housing is how you pass on generational wealth. That is why we're in the situation that we're in right now, because housing is the #1 way to pass on generational wealth. This is why the wealth gap is so big between the average white person and the average black person, right? Because the average white person is in home ownership, regardless of whether he in a trailer or not. You see what I'm saying? I like when Chef brought that up, but I really want to bring out the point in the redlining because that is the biggest situation that we found ourselves in right now, still today.
Yeah,
it's going to continue for a couple of
Homestead Act.
Go ahead.
The Homestead Act in 09. Go ahead. What you trying to get out?
Yeah, but we definitely got him at a point where we actually see what he was trying to get at. You see that?
He talked about the involvement of the United States, and he tried to make it seem as if, right, if they wasn't just grabbing people from Africa, then that's not really slave trade. I've never heard anybody in the annals explain it that way. I've never heard that. So this is what we want to kind of do this right here. We want to start off with a term called artificial selection, right? And from artificial selection, we can just go straight to selective breeding. So can y'all, where you at, So I want you to read this for me. We just a little part. Let's start right here. Let's show how cunning and baffling and destructive the process was, and then we're going to get you the process. But I want to set it up right here. So you see this Sosa, right? What that say?
Selective breeding.
Can you see it good? Can you see it good?
Yeah. I remember my point. Yeah, so since you're going to be reading something, right, you can't forget what's written there. So let me say it. Here's my point. You notice how when we talk about slavery, right? Like slavery is it's kind of like a given consensus. We all agree slavery is something that happened to all Black people, right? But then after we're done with slavery and we go into Jim Crow, we also try to make believe that Jim Crow is something that happened to all Black people. It did not. We try to make believe that redlining is something that happened to all Black people. No, it didn't. It happened to a handful of them. So y'all cut it out. Stop trying to equate or lump in redlining, Jim Crow, which happened only in the South, right? Never happened to people in the North, never happened to no Black immigrants that came here like since whenever the Jim Crow laws were
immigrants. There were no Black immigrants.
What is wrong with you, yo? In Baltimore City, yo, they have.
Listen what I'm saying to y'all. Listen to the point I'm making.
All right, I don't want to hear it no more. How about that?
All right.
You cut me off. Yeah, because you cut me off. And then you cut me off with a barrage of stupidity. Okay? Now, that's the most ridiculous shit you ever heard in my life. They had white water fountains, Black water fountains, bro, man.
That didn't happen to all Black people. That only happened to Black people in the South.
No, you're lying. In Baltimore, Maryland, man, they had. Man, let me go on my thing. Where you at, Sosa?
Every Black person lived in Baltimore, Maryland. What is the matter with you?
And Black water fountains in Baltimore City. What is wrong with you,
I don't have no ancestors in Baltimore.
Black people could go to
Baltimore. Not all Black people went through Baltimore. What is the matter with you?
You said in the South.
Maryland is the South.
Yeah, but he know what I'm saying.
Yo, no, I don't.
I know
I know what you're saying 5% of the time.
Okay, but you know, come on, man. Nobody looks at Philadelphia, Baltimore, and New York as being a southern city.
Listen to me, Unc.
No,
Just listen to the point I'm making. Listen to me, Unc. Listen to me.
How much north you want to go up to Canada?
We said 89 years for slavery.
No, you're trying to
right?
divert me from my point. Where you at, Sosa? Now I'm on your head. Now, so this gentleman tried to act like that just because we only got slaves, America got slaves from Africa for 83 years or something, whatever the hell he was trying to make, that wasn't enough. Let me tell you, it's all part of the slave trade. No one separates it but you. So let's get you the most cunning part of the slave trade. Where you at, Sosa? Please read this. Let me set my point up to prove to you how cunning and baffling and disruptive certain processes was. Go ahead, Sosa.
Selective breeding, also called artificial selection, is a process by which humans use animal breeding and plant breeding to selectively develop particular phenotypic traits, characteristics by choosing which typically animal or plant male and females will sexually reproduce and have offspring.
Stop. It says what? Plant. It says animals or plants, males and females will sexually reproduce. It's called selective breeding, like when you choose the individuals that will breed. Keep going.
Domesticated animals are known as breeds, normally bred by a professional breeder, while domesticated plants are known as varieties, cottages, cultivars, or breeds.
All right, stop. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next one. Boom, go ahead.
Domestication is a sustained multi-generational relationship in which one group of organisms assumes a significant degree of influence over the reproduction and care of another group to secure a more predictable supply of resources from that second group.
Stop. Y'all got that right? Let's move on. Where we at?
The breeding of enslaved people.
Go ahead.
The breeding of enslaved people in the United States was a practice in slave states of the United States of slave owners to systemically force the reproduction of enslaved
systematically.
Yeah, force the reproduction of enslaved people to increase their profits. It included coerced sexual relations between enslaved men and women or girls, forced pregnancies of enslaved women, and favoring women or young girls who could produce a relatively large number of children. The objective was to increase the number of slaves without incurring the cost of purchase and to fill labor shortages caused by the abolition of the Atlantic slave trade.
Okay, so here's my point. What they really wanted to say, they couldn't say it. They couldn't say, man, this was actually selective breeding. Because if you would say that black people were selectively bred, how horrible is that? I will never forget it. When the dude, he worked for NBC Sports, I believe, and he was the gambler. He's the first bookie, right? What's his name? Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? I think his name was, what the fuck was his name? Jimmy the Greek. Now, Jimmy the Greek said that black people were bred to be athletes, to be strong. He said that. He lost his job for that. But it's the truth. And based off what we just read with selective breeding, domestication, right? That's us. We were domesticated. Domestication is a sustained multi-generation relationship in which one organism assumes significant degree of influence over the reproduction and care of another group's to secure what? More predictable supply of resources from form that to form the second group. That's exactly what they did to us. Now, selective reading for y'all. Here you go. American Slave Coast, a history of slave breeding industry. Horrifying. Read the book. Of course, I got it in the library. You can also get the PDF. If y'all go to our server, the pseudo killers, right? We're going to have that in there for you. Watch this. Birth in the slave, motherhood, and medicine in the antebellum South. It talks about how they took meticulous care to make sure the babies got born, to the point where the Africans were mad at these Europeans because they kept the doctors on them, right? Here you go. Slave breeding, sex, violence, memory of Africa, the African, right? So what this guy is talking about is bananas. The most hideous thing to the slave trade was when it became illegal. I have documents to show you, right? When they knew it was coming to an end, they was already revving up the breeding farms in America. They was already starting to learn how to domesticate. Remember, they were breeders of horses and dogs. So they clearly understood the process. You won't hear nobody else talk about it like this. I'm telling you what it was. I studied evolution, right? So they was taking certain males, right? Larger males, right? That they felt like didn't have as much intelligence, right? And they would breed them with more large, docile males, and they was breeding them with docile females to produce a certain type of individual. This is a fact. So if you was a warrior type of woman, black woman, boy, you was in trouble, right? If you was a warrior that was breaking out fighting, you wasn't getting no nookie. They picked the ones that they felt was safe. They picked the larger individuals, the one that could work large, long hours. They did that, bro. How do I know they did that? Because I just read it to you. They speak it in code to you, right? But in evolution, it's called artificial selection, where humans select breeds that they want to breed. So they selected the type of individuals that they controlled our sexual selection, bro. How devious is that? How cunning is that? How ridiculous is that? How could a person come on the show and act like that was just that ain't really nothing? Come on, dog. Listen, there's slave stories. I actually have accounts, right, of them putting children, right, 12-year-old in barns, naked, for the weekend. I'm gonna say this again, right? I'm gonna read it. Actually had children at the age of reproduction, maybe 13, 12, 13, 14, when they reach the menstrual cycle, right? Males, right? And they put them in a damn barn naked. What the hell you think is gonna happen? Okay, this is cunning and baffling. They talk about the bucks that they took around from plantation to plantation, breeding, forcing sex. This is crazy, man. And for anybody to think that, well, you know, that's a bunch of bullshit. And I'm telling you, man. So once again, our ancestors were selectively breeding by way of artificial selection, right? And they was domesticated. Now, handle that true. Appreciate you saying everything you had to say true. I always knew you was there with that. But they kind of saved you at the beginning of the show. That's why your name is in the title, bro, because of those type of things. I don't mind you making a statement, right? But when I hear the memorization of what the breeding was, they bred us, bro. That's worse than, that's even worse than just snatching a guy from Africa, a woman from Africa. Now you're controlling our sex? That's the worst thing you can do to an organism. That's the worst. Animals, you normally do it to animals, although we understand that evolution, that we are animals, but you never think of it in terms of what happened to us. Boy, I appreciate you diving off the cliff with that one. There you go. So now you know what really happened on those breeding farms. By way of artificial selection, right? You can take horses and domesticate them. How do you think you get racehorses? Racehorses have thinner legs. A racehorse could not survive in the wild. Right? Greyhounds. Right? Chef, I'm going to get Chef to talk more about this because he fucks with dogs. He understands what I'm saying. Maybe he's never applied it to the African, but I am, because that's exactly what happened. Right? So if you can domesticate and force breed a horse, then you can domesticate and force breed a human being. They won't tell you that, though. There you go. Told you I got them. I'm done. Now we understand the complete horrors of what happened after they made it illegal. Go ahead, Stokes. Y'all want to add something to this? Where you at, Chef? Because I know you know about dogs all day long.
Oh, well, everybody not afraid of.
No, go ahead, Stokes.
No, I said everybody not afraid of black. No, I was about to jump in the chat and see what the hell going.
Oh, the chat going ham. They loved what Uncle was just saying. Go ahead, American Dream.
I wouldn't even look at the chat. I would have jumped in the chat.
I mean, not Chef. Ankh is in a position where this dude just like gets the opportunity to speak for like a half an hour and nobody cuts in. You know what I mean? But I'm here like, does he really deserve that?
Hey, bro, that wasn't on. Yeah, nigga, it's my shit, nigga. Damn right, I deserve to do that. And I came with sources, and it didn't take a fucking half an hour, and you cut me off. Now you got me hot. Now, disprove what I just said. And we got pseudos in the damn chat room talking about that was pseudo. Hey, Chef, can you domesticate a dog, yo? Can you select a dog for certain traits? Yes or no?
I'm not sure why I have to disprove what you said, because I'm not sure what you said had to do with what I said.
Not even talking to you no more. You don't even matter. I'm talking to Chef. You're done.
I'm not sure what you said had anything to do with what I said.
You try to minimize the United States and a role in slavery. So I gave the most baffling part of the slave trade. That's when it became illegal and they started to breed us.
I said there was a difference between the slave trade and slavery. I said we should make that distinction.
No, it's not. It was the slave trade that got people over here, bro.
And then you went on to say how bad slavery was. I said there's a difference between the slave trade and slavery in America. And then you went on to speak about how bad slavery was.
They did not trade slaves in America, bro? Are you trying to say that they did not have a market in New York City? The first items traded on the stock market, bro, was black people. I went to the site in New York. It's called Wall Street, bro.
We're talking about the Atlantic slave trade. That's not the Atlantic slave trade.
They traded slaves. They're trading slaves, bro. They sold and traded slaves in North America, bro. What in the hell are you talking about?
They traded
slave markets in America. They traded slaves for goods and products in America, bro. It doesn't have to be an international trade. You can trade within America.
There were slave markets in Africa. There were slave markets in Europe. There were slave markets.
So you hear what I'm saying? I ain't man. When you say that, then you know what I'm saying. Now, then you know what I'm saying. I
know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is what you're saying doesn't disprove anything that I'm saying.
Man, no one separates it but you. No one separates the actual grabbing of bodies from Africa with the actual keeping of bodies in different countries. You're the only one that does that, bro.
Let me jump in. And this is why he did it. He did it to try to speak on reparations, right? He wanted the timeline to reflect, you know what I mean, the over, you know how we say 400 years of slavery. You know, America owed us.
No, it wasn't 400 years. That's wrong.
No, right. But that he mentioned that, to be fair to
him. That's not real.
Right.
That's not real.
Right. So when you mention 400 years of slavery,
that's
right.
That's
he then went to, when everybody gave him the timeline, he said, all right, well, from 1776, right, to 1865, no, he said from 1776 to 1802. That was the transatlantic slave trade. I then pushed it up. Okay, that's the transatlantic slave trade. So it was only 20-something years that America dealt with the transatlantic slave trade, right? And it wasn't America that outlawed the transatlantic slave trade. American Dream, actually Britain did it. So America would have been still, you know, shipping bodies directly from Africa to their to America if it wasn't for the British, right? So that's the point that you gotta acknowledge that point. You understand what I'm saying, American Dream?
Yeah, I understand, but would you agree that it's a link in the chat?
And then they fought a whole war with that shit. For the record, bro, they fought a whole war with slavery in North America. For the record.
Chef, would you agree that it's a fair statement to say Americans participated
in the transatlantic slave trade?
In whatever it wasn't America that was participating. There were Americans sanctioned by the American government.
Yeah, all right, so let's deal. Hold on. So let's deal with the American government, right? That's my point. What happened to us extended past the transatlantic trade? You get that, right?
Sure.
All right. So when you mention reparations, right? Aside from the transatlantic slave trade that America only participated 20-something years in, right? I agree with you, right? But America didn't abolish slavery, right, to 1865. So there was still a sale of black people up and down the Atlantic coast. You get that, right? Right. With the blacks that was that. All right. So now you have 89 years, right, of slavery in the United States. You with me so far?
That doesn't mean the fact that, but the fact that America did not outlaw it doesn't mean that the American government itself was going out buying slaves.
No.
Independent Americans. These were individual Americans. This wasn't an American government decision to go out and buy slaves to come and work on an American project. These were independent Americans. The same way like today, even with like the war on drugs today, like, there's a lot of drugs coming into America, but it's not being done by the government of America. It's being done by Americans doing stuff, whether it's legal or not. Like the same way when cigarettes were illegal, whether cigarettes are legal or not, you can't say America is doing it because it's not America doing it.
All right, so
bro, like let him make a point. You make it a false analogy.
Right. So let me get it. All right. I'm not gonna deal with the drug part because you might know you already a little bit messed up with that. So I'm gonna go back to the slavery part, right? Now, the slavery, 89 years, it was legal to own slaves. You get that? So if it's legal, right, the government actually has a hand in that. If it's legal, you get that?
No, abortion is legal now. But America doesn't go around doing abortions. It's Americans that do it. America doesn't say you got to. Abortion is legal. Listen, abortion is legal. But the American government, listen to me.
No, American abortion is.
So let me get it out because there may be people that don't. Abortion is legal, but America doesn't sanction any abortions. The same way slavery was legal, America didn't sanction anything. The government didn't sanction it.
What are you talking about, man?
There was no abortion is legal.
This nigga talking about, man.
Listen to me. Abortion is legal. Let me say it. Abortion is legal.
What is he talking about, man?
Abortion is legal.
Like, what are you talking about?
Listen to me. Let me say
what are you
it.
talking about? What point are you trying to make here? You're
I'm trying to make it.
You're flim-flamming right now, bro. You're actually flim-flamming us, bro. You're flim-flamming us, bro. They fought a whole war over slavery. What are you talking about? The South fought against the North over slavery, bro. What are you talking about? That wasn't really the government fighting. The government was sitting back and letting everybody fight. Like, what are you talking about?
Let me say it. Abortion is legal. Then why are you asking me what am I talking about?
I'm saying, what are you talking about? Meaning you're mad.
Let me say
what am I talking about, but you don't want to hear it? Then stop asking me what the hell I'm talking about.
I want to ask you for real.
Hold on. We doing good.
Move on to somebody else.
Let Chef finish building this. You made a statement. Allow him to rebut, and then you come back afterwards, bro. Like
the United States government didn't sanction slavery. What was the war for? What was the Civil War for? Was that the government of the United States? Was the South the government? Was the North the government?
Let him make a rebuttal. Go ahead and make a rebuttal.
So the point is, I'm not going to deal with the abortion and the drug because they like false analogies. But if you stay on the topic of slavery, you said the government wasn't doing it, right? It was you're saying that it was American citizens, right? That's not in the government.
Yes, abortion. Abortion is legal. Slavery was legal.
Nigga,
the government wasn't conducting
the United
slavery.
States Court Justice, the Supreme fucking Court sanctions abortions, you nut. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Is not the Supreme Court part of the governmental structure, or have I just completely lost my mind?
Yeah, we know what it is.
Myself out, man.
That's where I was getting to.
Just let him get it out.
Yeah, that's where I was getting to. Because you messing up by saying that the government, is not responsible, right? I think you're trying to say that the American government is not responsible for what individual slave owners did. Ain't that your point?
Like they're not responsible for someone who conducts an abortion. The government is not responsible for that, but the government made it, but it's legal. You can't go to the government.
Government regulations, you nut. The United States government don't make vaccines, but they regulate them.
Right.
God damn.
The government said where a slave can exist at, right? It said what states could have slaves. So it actually gave it the rubber stamp. They made this shit, it was legal, right?
So if it was federal and ban it all across the board completely.
Exactly. So it was legal for people to own people. You're telling me that the government don't bear responsibility in that? Go ahead, American Dream. That was the question.
No, they don't. No.
Oh, wow. Are you serious?
No.
Listen, United States government.
I'm out of it. Y'all
no. Hold on. United States government.
So would you blame it?
Hold on, Dream. Hold on, man. You wasn't next, bro.
No,
check this out, Dream. Hold on. The United States government, they bear the burden, right, of enforcing slave laws, and they bear the burden when they fought the war to say there was no more slaves. So it was federal troops. Once the shit was banned in America, right, then the federal government went out, right, with the cavalry and made sure people was free. So you can't say that they was involved in the good of it and the bad of it, bro. Like, no one says that but you. I'm gonna say this real slow for you. When the South lost the war, when slavery was illegal in America, it was federal troops that made sure that people were free, bro, no matter what you say. Martin Luther King, when they won the civil rights cases, it was federal troops, right, that went to different voting polls and went to different places and stood at schools that said you had to integrate them. The same way they said, lock them niggas up, it's the same way they say, you can't do that. So they played a role, period. Why? Because the government of the United States runs America, bro. What the hell are you talking about?
So you're using the fact that America ended slavery to show that they, I don't even know what point you're making, Unc.
No, because you know why you know my point? Because one, you don't care to hear my point. And let me say it real clear for you, a little more calmer. I'm trying to tell you that it was the federal government that agreed or allowed the laws to happen when you had a white water fountain and a fucking black water fountain. They supported that. And then when it became illegal, right, they no longer supported having the white water fountain and the black water fountain. They no longer supported black people not being able to eat and whatever the fuck they want to eat at. They no longer supported that. They no longer supported the fact that black people couldn't vote. But when they said black people couldn't vote, they supported that. But when it became illegal, they didn't support that. Just like with slavery, they wholeheartedly supported the slave trade when it was legal. As a matter of fact, when everybody else on planet Earth said no more slavery, they continued with the breeding process.
Yep.
Because
so for how many years?
The antibiotic South. And they breeded human beings. Forced breeding. sexual selection. All this shit that crazy people in the chat room is acting like, oh, that's pseudo. It's not pseudo. If you can take horses and breed them, you can take humans and breed them. If you can take flowers and breed them, then you can take humans and breed them. What are we talking about here? We're living organisms. So I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're making it up and you like some, man. You're mad with that tonight, bro. That's why your name is in the big lights, because of these moments right here. This is what you do. You do this right here. That's what I was trying to say from the beginning of the show. And they saved your ass. Now you walked off the cliff like Chef said. There's no way back. You meant everything you said right now, bro. You gotta stop that, dude. Admit when you're wrong.
Okay, let's just build, man. You hush your mouth and let's just build. But anyway, so you're saying America was involved in the in slavery for 89 years, right? Now, and you're saying because the government sanctioned, because the government made it legal, then the government is responsible for it for those 89 years. So now if we go from 1865 up until 2015, how many years is that the government has had it legal, has had it illegal, right? So now you have to give the government credit for that. How many years is that? 250 years, let's say?
No. We're smarter than that. Matter of fact, you keep acting like...
the last sentence. So slavery was... So America condoned slavery was legal for 89 years, and then it was illegal for 250 years.
That supported the slave trade, that changed their goddamn name to America. What part don't you understand?
Slavery was not illegal for 250 years. Like, you tripping with that.
He just bugging right now.
When was slavery abolished in America, Sosa?
1860.
After the Civil War.
From 1865 till now is how many years?
No, but it continued.
107 something, maybe.
Right, but the alienation.
107 something, I guess. 108, 1965. 135 plus a 21, 156.
Yeah,
100. My bad. My math is horrible. You're right. 156. It's still it's 156.
Stop. Where are y'all getting this 89 years from?
Twice as much. So it was illegal for twice as long. Right, Sosa? Right, Sosa?
Hold on.
Twice as long.
Before you go crazy, let me explain.
Right, because everybody knows you go crazy.
You don't get lost. We only use the 89 years to make a point from when America actually became a government in 1776 up until the actual time of slavery was abolished, 1865. That's why I gave you 89 years.
Okay.
Right, so it's 89 years compared to... Hold on, let me say my point.
No, please. I'm trying to get something established.
OMG, what do you think I'm trying to do? Why do you think what you're trying to establish is more important to me? Why do you think what you're trying to establish is more important to me than what I'm possibly trying to establish? Why do you think I'm just going to... Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my goddamn sentence. Don't just come in and say, stop. Who the hell are you?
Who the hell are you?
The dude you're trying to ask a question. The dude you're butting in. The dude you cannot wait to ask a question. That's who I am. I'm the guy you can't wait to ask a question. I'm the guy you can't wait to ask a question. Who the hell are you?
Hold on. Everybody freeze. American Dream, finish your point. And then say...
Yo.
Hey, what's happening, Dex?
Nah, I just came on here to clarify some things that they all saying on the video.
Okay, that's what's up. Appreciate it. What's happening?
So when they saying slavery basically ended at a certain period of time, or it was outlawed legally, that's really not true. That's kind of misleading in a sense when they saying that, because slavery's still legal in a sense. You feel me? When you incarcerated, you know, it just was outlawed. It was outlawed in a certain fashion. That's what I really want to say. And also, another misleading point that they saying in the video is about the government. When they talking
So
about government,
I'm sorry, Dex. Before you go to your next point, Dex. So would you say that prisoners today are slaves?
yeah, of course.
Okay. I mean, you know, if you want to say that. So do you think that? So do you think that the same way? Um,
Say it again. You were disconnecting.
Dex, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Did you hear the question I asked?
No, I didn't. I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, the question is, since you think prison today is the same as slavery, do you think prisons should be abolished?
Do I think prison should be abolished?
Yeah, because if the prison system is slavery, then I'm sure, and you want slavery abolished, then you would want us to do away with prisons, right?
I mean, why not? You feel me? Why should it be a prison in the first place? All a prison is
For the
a corporation.
criminals, Dex, you don't believe they're criminals?
But hold on, to that point, it depends who you calling the criminal. Laws get
The
changed all
people
the
in
time.
prison,
No,
bro.
no,
Like, I mean,
I get what you're saying.
murderers. So hold
Hear me
on.
out.
So hold on, Dex. So you think a murderer should not go to prison? What do you suggest we do with someone who murders someone?
Okay, let me respond. You got murderers in the Marines killing for the country across seas,
Bro,
killing innocent kids. So
bro, come
I'm
on, Dex.
saying,
I thought you came in, Dex. I thought you came in
but
saying like
hold
that,
on. Is
bro.
killing or is killing not killing? You know what I mean? Like you can't
No,
say
going to war is not considered murder. Going
yes
to
it is.
war, like if I'm no,
Murder is
it's not.
murder.
If I'm
Murder is murder.
listen. If me and you shake hands and say we're gonna fight to the death, that's not really murder. You know what I'm saying? Like we made an agreement, like a war. When two countries go to war, they agree that they're gonna fight and that people could die. So that's something separate. When you murder someone, it's like you take their life without them warning, without them even having an idea. It's just not the same thing.
Okay. Hold on. To your point, you said it's an agreement, right? When you agree to be a U.S. citizen, it's no different than saying that I contractually give you jurisdiction over my body, my physical body. It's the same thing. It's an agreement between
As a
you
U.S.
and
citizen,
huh?
you said as a U.S. citizen.
Yes, as a U.S. citizen. When you agree, you agreeing to give the United States government jurisdiction over your personal body. That's what you're doing. It's an agreement. It's no different than going to war.
So
It's all
how does that
contracts.
speak to murder?
It's
How
all
does that speak
contracts.
to murder? So
Just like I
just to be clear, so okay, so I'm just trying to flesh out your argument. So you're arguing that we should get rid of prisons because prison is slavery, and so you want no prisons.
yes, it's countries that don't have prisons at all.
Like which country?
AKA what they call shithole countries, what Donald Trump calls shithole countries.
What shithole country doesn't have prisons?
But hold on, can I
I'm
make
sure you, Dex. Are you an FBA, Dex?
No, I'm not an FBA.
Are you Caribbean?
No, I'm not Caribbean.
Do you think Jamaica's a shithole?
No, I do not think Jamaica is a shithole country.
So give me an example of a country you think is a shithole.
Haiti?
Haiti. Do they have prisons in Haiti?
No, they do not have prisons in Haiti.
They don't have prisons in Haiti. You sure about that?
No, I'm very sure they don't have prisons in Haiti.
Oh man.
And And this is what I mean by it's a contract. When you contract through the jurisdiction of America over your body, what you essentially saying is, I give y'all permission to treat me according to y'all laws. That's basically what you.
Hang on a second, Dex. I wish I had the ability to do this right now, but can someone in the chat just do a quick Google search or Chat GPT whether there are prisons in Haiti? Because I can't imagine that there are not. There must be a Haitian in the chat somewhere. But I just don't believe that there aren't prisons in Haiti, Dex. Because you know what I'm saying, Dex. I don't know how seriously I can take you if your argument that there's still slavery going on, if you go down the rabbit hole of we should eliminate prisons. Like I don't because I'm trying to think like what type of society would we be living in if there weren't any prisons?
We'll be living in a society that holds people accountable instead of
So how would you? But that's why I asked you. How would you hold a murder?
Hold on. Before there were prisons in America, what they would usually do is the community would take action. The community would be the ones taking action. They used to stone people to death. They used to do all these hang people, all different.
So you think stoning people to death is better than enslaving them?
Okay. Let me give you an example.
No. You have to answer that question.
Let me give you.
Hold on.
No. I'm gonna give you.
Stoning people to death? Do you think stoning people? I'm hoping because you know what I mean, because you're talking, but you don't seem to really want to answer questions I'm asking.
If somebody rape your daughter, wouldn't you want him to get stoned to death?
Me personally, because that's my daughter, possibly, but there has to be like cooler heads would have to prevail and say stoning someone to death is like get out of here with that. That's some old Neanderthal type of thinking. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's
like
not
me
a
as a me
type of thinking. It's just a human type of thinking. If somebody rape your daughter or your kid, you will want them dead regardless. So we the community.
It's one thing to want them dead, but I mean, like I said, we do have the death penalty here for certain crimes. You know what I'm saying? But
it's no different.
All right, so you're supporting. So instead of slavery, instead of locking people up, you're encouraging more of the death penalty, and you do understand that means
I didn't necessarily say that. I said hold them accountable, but I'm just giving you an example.
But how are you? But when we spoke about holding them responsible, you went down the whole of stoning them to death.
No, I know.
Killing them. Like,
hold on.
Okay, how else would you hold them responsible? If not kill them, how would you hold them responsible?
You using a straw man fallacy, and I'm not gonna fall for it. I never said that we should just stone anybody that commit a crime. That's not what I said. I'm giving you an example. Okay. I gave you an example of what would happen in a situation such as rape. That should happen.
Okay, so you think that rapists should be stoned to death?
Yeah, why not? Who doesn't agree with that?
For one, the American government and the American, I don't think there's any system of law today that exists today where the punishment for rape is you get stoned to death. I
never said that, but I'm saying this. In certain countries,
you just said who doesn't agree with that, bro. You just said who doesn't agree with that.
Listen,
and I'm telling you, there's no country that agrees with that.
I'm giving you examples of what I'm talking about. In certain countries, when you steal, they cut your hands off. But is that morally legal in a society that we live in today? No, because you would be just
we consider those. But we consider those societies to be some backward ass societies, bro. I wouldn't want to live in that society. I wouldn't want to live in that type of society, man, where if you steal something, you get your hands cut off. Nah, bro. That would be the type of society that if you commit a rape, you get stoned to death. Like that's some medieval type behavior. Like that sounds crazy to me, Dex. I'm sorry. I mean,
okay.
I would prefer slavery. I would prefer slavery over what you're talking about, bro. And I think any society would prefer enslaving a rapist. Like if you gave any country the choice, slavery or stoning to death a rapist, they'd be like, oh, enslave him. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Slavery is like,
I mean,
I
you
mean,
coming from a European mindset though. When you thinking of those things, like you gotta think outside of what we know as today's society and laws. Laws change all the time. Like I said, slavery was once legal and it still is. So they just changed the aspect of it.
slavery is once is. Hold on. When you say slavery is still legal, are you talking about in America?
Yes.
And you're talking about the prison system?
Hold on. Let me explain. So it's coming to my second point. That's what I was saying. So my second point is when they say government, they're talking as if the government are people that are groups of people in a secret society, and that's not true. The government is the people. We the people. The people make the laws. The people decide what the laws are. The people elect the presidents, elect officials. We are the government. We pay the taxes. We do all these things. And that's coming to my second point. When you paying taxes, all America is a corporation, and we are corporations. When you have your name is a corporation. It's in all capital letters.
So what does that have to do with slavery? So how are you connecting that to slavery and
So hold on,
stoning to
I'm
death?
trying to get to it. So when you're born in America, you come in with a birth certificate, and that's an account number. The account number is is based off of a debt, and debtors are slaves to the corporation of America. If that makes sense to you.
Okay, so my child, my son's, my 10-year-old is a slave to America right now.
Yes, if he agrees with a
I'm
contract,
saying all he does
the
is
birth
play all day,
certificate,
bro. All he does is play all day. What
that
kind of
means
slavery is this?
nothing. That means he's going to grow up. He's going to grow up, and he's going to have to work for what he wants. He's going to have to do all these things, and it even says it on the currency. It says a legal tender of debt. That's what it says on a dollar bill. If you got any money in
Is
your
the
pocket right
president is the president a slave? Is the president a slave?
now, he I didn't say the president was a slave.
But
Everybody
he works.
that
But he has to work for what he wants. He works even harder than
everybody that's
everybody
under
else.
the corporation of America is a slave. Everybody, you're all capital
But
letters
hold on,
name is a corporation.
doesn't the president work for you?
He's yes, okay, I'm gonna agree with you.
Yeah,
He's
so
a
he's a
slave.
slave. So
Yes,
we're all so everybody's a slave.
everybody that lives in America is a slave.
Okay, so
By way
what you're
of
really promoting, so what you're really promoting, if you want to end to slavery, you're really putting an end to society or an end to government.
you said say it again. I couldn't hear you.
So what are you looking for? You're looking for an end to you want to in order to end slavery. If everybody is a slave because we live under a government, are you trying to end all governments in order to end slavery? Wouldn't you have to do away with our system of governance and just our whole way of life? Because if you work, you're a slave.
No, I
Like
say it in that fashion because now that's straw man again. You taking what I'm saying and you taking it to further context. What I'm saying is it should be structured differently. It shouldn't be structured in the way that we
how
know
would you
society
structure
today.
how would you structure the world, or not even the world? How would you structure America so that America doesn't still have slavery today? Like, how do you vision a society without slavery? Because apparently everybody today is a slave. So what type of society do you envision where there's no
Hold on.
slavery?
I'm gonna give you the answer to that. And it might sound
Go ahead.
crazy. It might sound real crazy.
Listen, buddy, it won't sound much crazier than everything else you've said.
Oh,
Everything else you've said
it's
so
real.
far has been crazy, so I won't be
What they say
surprised.
about crazy people. Crazy people ain't always crazy. But this is the thing though. You got countries like that's ran by authoritarians like North Korea, for instance. You feel me? Like their structure is way different than America's government. It's still a government, but it's structured in the sense that everybody has their position. You feel me? And it's not coming from a Western mindset. It's coming from a different way of thinking and how to control individuals. They're holding individuals accountable.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. I'm trying to figure out the point you're making. Because my question to you was, what type of society do you envision? And I'm hoping, you know what I mean, you'll address that question and, you know, explain to me what society looks like without slavery. Because for one, the only thing we know so far is that there's no prisons and there's pretty much no laws and no working. Like what type of society is this that you're talking about where there's no slavery?
What America is supposed to be, the land of the free, the home of the brave, right? Everybody not free in America, so why is that slogan? Everybody, if you truly want America, free everybody out of the prisons and hold people accountable, individuals accountable. That's real government.
Okay, but what does that look like? So what does that look? So okay, so you're saying there won't be any laws?
No, it wouldn't be any laws at all.
And there won't be any. There won't be a government. There will not be a government.
You would hold the individuals accountable, and not only that, you
hold
know
them
right from
accountable to
wrong.
what? But if there are no laws, hold on, Dex. If there are no laws, what are you going to hold them accountable to?
People know right from wrong. It's the spectrum of if you're born knowing not to kill your mom, right? Right or wrong?
A lot of people kill their moms.
But
whether they know that or not.
They know right from wrong. So if those people kill their moms, kill them. It's simple. Hold them
so there will be a law. So there will be a law. The law is going to say if you kill your mom, you're going to get killed. That would be a law.
That wouldn't be a law. That would just be a principle, a moral.
A principle of that's a law, bro. Like you can't just.
Principle is not a law.
Okay, so there won't be laws, but there'll be principles. And what happens if you break the principle? Will there be
a consequence?
Yeah, there's going to be a consequence to breaking the principle. Kind of like the same way there's a consequence to breaking a law.
No, laws are meant to flip. Laws are meant to go this way or that way, up or down, right or left. It's not meant to be tempered. It's meant to. Laws are meant to be tempered with.
Hold on.
Principles are not.
Do you think? Hold on.
Principles are not. If I feel like this, I stand on this, and it's not. And it's not gonna change me.
Hold on. But I have principles, and I follow the law, right? Generally, if I break my principles, there are no consequences. It's just my principle, right? There's I have principles that are not has nothing to do with the law, and there are no consequences to it. But if I break a law, there's going to be a consequence, and you're trying to tell me that people will hold stronger to a principle than a law, and I'm trying to figure out why. Why do you think people would hold on to something more if there's no consequence than if there is a consequence? But wait, you said there would be a consequence. What's the like for murder? What's going to be? I'll be principled to not commit a murder. What if someone is not and commits a murder? Like, what consequence do they have?
I don't get it was a loaded question that you asked. I don't get like what the exact question was.
What are the consequences to breaking you said there won't be laws, there'll just be principles. And then you said there would be consequences if you break the principle. So I'm asking you, what consequences would these be?
It would be the nature. It would be the nature of the principle. So, like I said, if you kill your mom, you deserve to die. If you rape a baby, you deserve to die. If you basically that's it. That's the principles. I'm giving you examples.
Yeah, but it just sounds like you're just changing the word from principle to law, but you're still talking about laws, bro.
If you still talking about those are not laws, those are principles.
Who's gonna kill you? Okay. If you kill your mother, who's gonna make sure you get killed?
The like I said, the individuals in the society is what I'm saying. The individuals.
Just anybody, just so if I kill my mom, my neighbor can just walk up and kill me.
Exactly.
Unless I kill them first.
Exactly.
right? Like
You
if I
can't
see
kill
my neighbor
everybody.
coming up to
You
kill
can't
me,
kill.
I could
You
just
can't
kill
kill
every.
everybody.
Like, what type of society is that you're? What type of society would we have though? Where
It's
all
kind
I
of like
would have to do is make sure I kill everyone before they come get me.
listen. It's kind of like a Republican standpoint. Just like right now,
What you're talking about?
Hold on. Let
Hold
me
on.
explain. I'm in California, right? The gun laws here are real tight. You can't own a gun unless you are permitted to. In Texas, is different. You feel me? You could go get a gun at 21 years old and be able to carry. And the society seems to be more cool. People don't really necessarily do things the way out here. So, like for instance, if everybody is armed, the chances of you getting into a criminal dispute are drastically low. But out here, somebody that can't defend themselves with a gun and there's criminals running around with guns all day, I'm just vulnerable as fuck. You feel me? So, but if everybody was to walk around with a gun, everybody would know, like, oh, it's a possibility he got a gun on him. He gonna do what I'm trying to do to him. You feel me? So,
Are there gun laws in Texas?
yes.
Okay, so but what you're promoting is a society is where people have guns, but there are no gun laws. There are just gun principles.
I'm giving you examples of what it would look like. I can't run down every
But I'm
situation.
trying to, but you would have to be able to, because you know what I mean? Like to just say everybody would have a gun, and if everybody has a gun, no one's gonna kill anyone. That just sounds, you know what I mean? That doesn't sound like,
I said
anything
it
for
was
me to
less
bank on
likely. No, you
anyway.
using straw man again. I said it was less likely. I never said that it would completely just go away.
Okay. All right. So your main point is, in order for us to get rid of slavery, we would have to get rid of government. I'm not sure. Is that
I
the
got a
main
question.
point you wanted to make when you came up?
I got a question for you. So do you know anybody in jail or in prison right now?
Do I know anyone in jail or in prison? Right now, no, not that I can think of. I can't think of anyone that I know who's in prison right now. I've known people that
Okay.
have been in prison,
I
but
got
right now I can't think of it.
multiple people that I know that is in prison right now, and there's been multiple people that I knew of that came out of prison, right? And one of the things that happens when people get out of prison, because they're so institutionalized in that mind frame of being incarcerated in such fashion, that when they get out into society, they become more civil than the actual people that's outside in the society. If that makes sense.
But you want to abolish prisons.
I'm not saying to keep it. I'm saying free everybody, because they're more civil than the actual people that's out here running free.
But if you abolish prisons, they're not going to be able to go to prison and then learn how to be free like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you
I'm
can't,
saying they're more
you can't in one breath
rehabilitated.
say,
They're more
hold on, Dex,
rehabilitated. They're more
hold on.
rehabilitated.
You can't. But I'm saying if there are no prisons, first you said you wanted to abolish prisons. Now you're saying people that go to prisons make better citizens. So do you want to abolish? So do you want to abolish prisons? So why would you want to abolish prisons if it makes better citizens?
It's a fact. That's a fact that happens. It's not.
Well,
It's
so
not something
why
I'm
would you want to abolish prisons? So slavery is good. Hold on. So prison is
hold
slavery,
people
but it
accountable.
produces better citizens. Hold on, Dex. First, when you came in, you said slavery was prison, and prison is slavery, and we should abolish prisons. Now you're saying prisons make better citizens. So you think slavery made better citizens?
Did I not give you an example of North Korea? North Korea itself, government is a prison. That's what it is.
What? North Korea is what?
Is itself a prison. The country as a whole is a prison.
Oh, okay. I've never heard that before. So every citizen
You never
of
heard that North
North
Korea
Korea is a prisoner.
the whole
Every
it's not
person who lives in North
hold on.
Korea is a prisoner.
It's not consensualized as a prison. It's not widely known as North Korea is a prison. That's not the term that they use to define.
But the citizens walk around. When the citizens walk around, they know that they are prisoners, and they
exactly, and they hold each other accountable. So if one try to escape, everybody gonna try to prevent it from happening so they don't get in trouble. It's kind of like a principle, just principle over there.
But prisoners don't do that. If in a prison here in America, if someone tries to escape, the other prisoners don't try to hold them accountable and hold them back. They
Yes,
don't
they
do
do.
that.
Yes, they do,
They
and
do?
that's proven through slavery. The slave master used to whip one of us, so it's a
Hold on, no, not
so
through slavery. You'd have to prove that through
everybody.
prisons hold on, not through slave. You'd have to prove that through prisons today. You're telling me, like just the other day, about 20 dudes escaped prison, and I didn't hear anything about the other prisoners trying to prevent them from going. The only thing I heard about was that the guards helped them to get out. How did the
The
guards help them to
guards,
get
not
out?
the prisoners. The guards,
But
not
what
the
I'm telling you,
prisoners.
I know, but the prisoners didn't try to stop them. The prisoners didn't try to stop. If anything, other prisoners who weren't involved tried to escape with them. Dex, I'm trying to follow what you're saying, Dex, but man, it's just not adding. Are you there, Dex? Dex, what happened to Dex? Oh no, what happened? Did Dex fall out? Dex fell out. Oh man, alive. Dex fell out. What happened to Dex? What's going on, Sentinel? Sentinel, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You hear me?
What's going on with my connection tonight?
Hold
Give me
on.
a second, bro.
Hold
Let me
on. I
try
think
and work
maybe
this out. Can somebody in the chat tell me if y'all can hear me?
I can
Sentinel,
hear
can you
you.
hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's what's up. I don't know what happened to Dex. Dex must have fell out. I don't know if it was on my end or his end, but he seemed to have fallen out.
Yeah, don't even
Peace to
sweat
you,
that.
Sentinel.
Peace, brother. How you doing?
Sentinel, I'm good. Sentinel, you're from Haiti, correct?
I was born here. My family's from Haiti.
Please let me know. You got to answer this question for me. It's the most pressing question on my brain right now. Are there prisons in Haiti?
Of course. I can't imagine.
Wait, did you hear the conversation I just had with Dex?
Yeah, I was.
Dex said there are no prisons in Haiti.
Oh, I missed that part.
Dex said there are no prisons in Haiti, bro.
No, that's false. I'm gonna put you onto something right now, right? So, sometime last year, the president of Haiti was assassinated. Like there was supposed to be like a change of power or whatever, and whoever was the sitting president was assassinated. Now, they arrested like my close friend in my church. His older brother is sitting in a prison in Haiti right now for that, falsely accused, because he had come to the United States.
I'm sorry, falsely accused of what again? Did you mention what he was falsely accused of?
Of assassinating the Haitian president.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Because he had gotten his education in the United States. He's a physician, he's a doctor, and he wanted to go back to his country and come with a different mindset, like educated overseas and things like that. You know what I mean?
How long ago was this that the president was assassinated?
I think it was like early last year or late the year before.
Okay.
Yeah. So my man's his older brother's been sitting for like over a year. Over a year. Yeah.
It's your man's brother, not your brother.
Nah, not my brother. Oh my God! If it was my brother, I would not be.
I don't think you'd be talking about it like this.
Yeah, I would have lost my mind.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I give all the props to them for being able to maintain their cool
for
Indeed.
yeah.
Indeed.
In respect to what Dex was saying, it's a very radical fringe idea that he's talking about, like a nation having no laws and no prison system. I don't know any. Okay, first of all, I think I'm not a political scientist. Okay, I'm a biologist, but one of the central things that you need to establish a country is law, right? To
I
get a
think
little
so.
bit more sophisticated, you would need like a constitution, and the laws of the land would be based on these things that you declare to be true about the nation. That's the content within the constitution of that country. So if you're saying that there are no laws for a country, then that means your country will have no borders. Your country has no official designated governing body, like governing structure, like the United States of America. There's the three pillars of government. There's the executive office, which is the president. There's legislative, which is the Supreme Court, and no, excuse me, legislative is Congress, which is the House of Representatives and the Senate, and then there's judicial, which is the Supreme Court. You understand? And that's how the government functions. And then you have law that is going to be interpreted by the Supreme Court, which is based on the content of the Constitution. The Congress and the executive office, they go back and forth in the process of what they're going to pass as law and things of that nature. You understand? Again, I'm not a political scientist. Dex is in the comment section. I hope we could come back on. Africa's not a country.
I don't think Dex is going to come back on. I'm pretty sure Dex will not come back on. But I would just wanted to add to what you said. If there are no laws, you said there wouldn't be any borders. But even more than that, if there are no laws, not only will your country not have borders, you won't have a country. Period.
Right. Now, first off, Dex is in the comment section. Africa is not a country. That is a continent. Right. Secondly, America does have official designated borders. Now, do they enforce the borders the way they're supposed to? There's a northern border where we border with Canada, and there's a southern border where we're bordered with Mexico, right? If you go, I don't know if anybody has been to Canada. If you drive to Canada or if you drive to Mexico, you will come across like these structures that will literally say United States border. You understand? I would like for him to come in and give an example of this idea of a nation that functions without law and without borders, without prisons. You hit the nail on the head where you said he just swapped out the word law for principles.
Yeah.
Because if there are no laws, right, then we're basically freestyling. We're saying, yo, I feel this, I'm doing this.
Hang on, Dex is back. So if you wanted to build with him, you absolutely can. I'll leave it out and you guys can build.
Because then things become subjective. I feel you did this or whatever, and you owe me that, or this is punitive. Like even ancient times, you could go back into like the old Babylonian empires, Rome, Greek. It's all throughout the Bible. There are laws for nations like medieval times. I don't know where this idea of like law, the lack or no laws being present is
beneficial? Like, is there a historic example that could be given?
Africa.
Africa is not a country.
I know, but it once was. Africa had no borders at a point in time.
So when are you talking about? Are you talking about like ancient Kemet, the Nubian Empire, or Aksum? Which era are you referring to exactly? What region?
Way before those times, even.
Oh, okay, that's like kind of.
That's our evolution. That's where we come from.
So okay, so you're saying
borders are made by humans. What are you talking about? That's
exactly borders
we make the borders, but at one point in time, it never was a such thing as a border, even when a human was alive.
Okay, so in if you want to use Africa as an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where some of these areas did not have like a border determined by what you might see on a map. Like just to clarify that, right? You don't think, because Africa we know is not one giant
it's a continent. It's not I get what you're saying, but it once was a country. A country just like America. America is not a continent, but it's a country built, and it's got states built in it, just like that.
So you believe the African continent, all the people who dwelled there, it was just one giant monolith once upon a time?
Yes, everybody traveled. Tribes intermingled with each other. They intermarried. They went to war with each other. All type of stuff. But there was principles, and there was established belief of principles. It was never a law. It was principles.
So when you have like to say that this was just one giant monolith, how far back are you talking exactly? Are you talking about like 50,000 years ago? Like what?
Let's say, 50,000 years ago. We could say even further than that.
So your idea is for us to go back 100,000 years or whatever, and go back to a societal norm like that? That's your idea?
The shit that's working today ain't working, so why not?
Yeah, remember he wanted to. Remember when he said, remember when he said he wanted to stone people to death? I told him that shit was some Neanderthal stuff. So he does want to go back to 100,000 years ago.
Yeah, that's I mean, you could take that journey by yourself. Good luck getting people to get on that boat with you, because that's out there. Because
murder. Hold on. What I was essentially saying is murder, regardless if you go enlist in the Marines and go kill somebody overseas. It just because it's legal in our determination does not make it right. Just like we'll kill somebody in the streets and we'll be legally bound to the contract of the United States corporation and be like, okay, we got a contract with every American that we wouldn't do these things. But
hey Dex, is self-defense murder?
Self-defense is murder, yes. You killed somebody.
Okay. Dex, you're off your Dex.
Okay,
Dex,
so hold on. Yeah, you know why? Murder.
Hang on a second. Let me say this.
Dex, is it principally right or wrong? That's for the people to determine.
Is it principally? Hold on. You're asking if it's principally right or wrong to defend yourself if someone is trying to kill you.
I'm not asking. I'm telling you what it is. I said that would be for the people to decide. The individual people to decide if it was right or
so
wrong.
If someone was trying to kill you, would you find it principally right or wrong to defend yourself and kill them?
Yes.
Yes? I said right or wrong. Which one?
It would be right for me to defend myself.
So it would be right for you, and you would be committing murder.
I would be committing murder. Yes. I would murder him. Okay. Yes.
And think you should go to jail for murdering him.
I said I don't believe in that we should have prison, so why would I even say yeah or no?
So you believe you should be stoned to death. So you believe you should be stoned to death. I never said
that. I
yes,
said
you did, bro. You said a bunch of times people should be stoned to death. You said a rape, hold on. You think a rapist should be stoned to death, but a murderer should not be?
You're using straw man fallacy. You taking what I'm saying and taking it and flying off the rails with it. I said it should be.
I'm not flying off of no rails.
It should be
I think you
determined
flying
by
off the rails all on your own.
right or wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, we understand what you're saying, but there's a problem. When you're making an argument, you have to know and define your terms correctly. Murder is a legal term. The definition of murder is an unlawful taking of a life. Do you want me to pull up a dictionary right now? I'll look it up for you right now. It's a legal term. Homicide is human taking the life of another human.
Let's see this. Let's see what murder means, because I got it right here. Murder in English does not describe what it really means. It comes from the Latin root word.
According to Merriam-Webster.com, this is
go to the etymology. Go to the etymology.
Okay, the etymology just tells you the history where it came from, and I'll go to that. First and foremost,
that matters.
Hold on. We're not speaking 1700 English. This is 2025. Okay, the crime of it does matter because you do not say thee, thy, thou. That's the etymology of some of that stuff. You speak modern English.
But it still has the same meanings.
The crime of unlawfully and unjustifiably killing a person. That's the definition of murder. Okay? So if we want to go down to the etymology of murder, right? It's going to give you likely like something Latin and Greek or something like that, right?
I'm not trying to play. I'm not playing semantics here. I'm not trying to play semantics here. I'm just telling you from, like you said, the 2025 version of what the hell we talking about. You going into semantics, trying to figure out word language and word play. That's playing semantics.
So you mean to tell me that you would make an argument on something, and the actual terminology that you use and its definition, the proper use, does not matter?
What do you mean? Like, yeah, it matters, but it doesn't matter in a sense to where you wouldn't understand it. Like, if I start using these out and shit, you wouldn't know what the fuck I'm talking about exactly. You would start. So we're speaking in English, so I'm telling you from an English standpoint.
Right. So you said English, and you wanted to defer to etymology. The etymology of the word is not in English.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Just look up but it derives from a certain language. That's what I'm telling you. It still has the same meaning.
So the etymology tells you the root of where the word came from. It does not necessarily mean that the definition transferred a long time in every case use. That's not the case.
So what you telling me is people just telecommunicate or some shit?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that words derive from like a root base. Like, for example, English. What is English based on? Like it's basic framework.
Hold on. For instance, the language that we speak right now, which is English, isn't the original English.
Correct.
English language. But it was, the English language was de-emphasized in the 1800s. So, for instance, you got two sounds in our language that sound the same, such as light and light. So, so that's to confuse people and throw it off. But that's a whole nother topic.
Right. But the point is, like, you can have a branch of languages that have a root, and the root was similar. For example, the Romance languages, right? That's French, that is Spanish, that's Italian, and Portuguese. These are Romance languages. They're based on Latin, the language of Rome. English, at its core, is actually the same branch of languages that give you Proto-German. Okay, so everything phonetically will not carry on throughout time. That's just the natural evolution of our communication and things of that nature. It's just the nature of the beast.
So,
but
so
the point that
what's your point though?
The point that I'm getting at is you wanted to defer and say, no, go to the etymology. Etymology, that's going into like the science of the language.
The point from what we was talking about in the beginning.
The point that we were getting at is I was saying you were using a legal term and you were trying to de-emphasize the actual legal application and proper use of the term, which is murder. Murder is a legal term.
Exactly, but I'm saying it in y'all general sense so you can understand it from my disposition. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're saying, hold on, no, because this is what you did. You said you would murder a person and you would be justified. No, you would not, because it's murder. If you said homicide, if you killed the person.
I just said I used it into disposition so you can understand my position. That's what I basically just said.
It was improper use of the term, brother. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, if that's what you want to call it, but I'm using it into your understanding.
Yeah, I understand it in the terms of proper use.
That's why I interject. It's a homicide, okay? But it's the same shit, murder and homicide.
Technically, they're not. In this conversation where we're talking about law, legality, no, it's not.
I went to high school and never finished or some shit. Come on, man.
Say that again?
Did you finish high school?
Dude, I'm a bioinformaticist. Google it.
Does that have anything to do with this situation at hand?
No. You try to insult my intelligence and my education. Now I'm telling you, Google exactly what my education is. Because clearly you can't define it. So next time, don't try to do that, all right? Don't play that card with me.
Okay.
I'm not trying to insult you. I was just trying to point out the inconsistency with the language, all right?
But that's the thing. You're pointing out semantics. Do you know what semantics are?
Of course we know what semantics are, but the point is it's not because it's not a moot point here.
No. Instead of attacking the semantics of what I'm using, just attack the actual fucking point of the conversation.
Let's rewind, right? And everybody in the chat, and you, American Dream, as well. If a person says
murder is murder,
no. Remember the basis of what we were talking about is the issue of whether if we should have laws or not, right?
Yeah,
now, you're arguing and saying laws, and this is the hypothetical situation that you're
laws correct. Laws are meant to be broken. Laws are meant to be broken.
You said laws would not be necessary, right?
It's not necessary. If the laws are broken, what is the point of having a law? You're not getting my point.
Laws are not meant to be broken. Laws are meant to be enforced.
They're meant to be.
There's a difference. According to what?
Why are laws created in the first place?
For harmony, for a basis in structure. For we could have an objective guideline for us to look at.
That's what I'm saying. They're meant to be broken because people are not going to always abide by laws. That's what I'm telling you.
And hang on a second, gentlemen. Sentinel, just to be clear, I think, and he can correct me, but I think his main point is that laws makes us slaves, right? Because the discussion, I showed a couple of videos talking about slavery in America, and the discussion is centered around slavery, right? And then he came in to say slavery still exists, prison is slavery, and then we got into laws. So the main issue he's talking about is the main reason he wants to abolish laws is because when you abolish laws, you also abolish slavery, because having laws is slavery. So let's keep that in mind and try and keep it around that idea of slavery, since that's kind of what we're here to talk about.
Thank you, because you just explained my disposition to a T.
I do what I can.
So how would or rather not how would I would like to ask something more concrete, not unambiguous, right? Or too broad a sense. Do you have something in more recent memory that we could use as like a basis? It doesn't have to be 100%, a parallel to what we would have to imitate right now, but something somewhere where we could look at as a point of reference to say, okay, they did not have like some type of law or legal system, and that culture, that society was able to thrive. Can you give us like a reference?
And then you said it don't got to be 100% correct?
No, I said it doesn't have to be a situation where we have to imitate or mirror that example 100%. But like there's just some basis.
Were you here like a couple minutes ago? Because I just explained like the country North Korea.
Yeah, and so you're saying we should be like North Korea?
I never said just like it, but in a general sense.
Not just like, but you know.
Yeah.
Okay, have you ever visited North Korea?
Of course not, but I know how it works.
Have you ever interviewed a person from North Korea?
No, but I know people that have been to North Korea.
Okay, and what did they tell you about North Korea?
I mean, that's a whole nother story, but it's pretty much a prison.
So you're in favor of a society or a culture like that? Not 100%.
No, not 100%, but yeah.
I don't, and I'm still trying to figure out. Like, I'm still trying to make sense of what he's saying, because you know he's against prisons because he's against slavery, but he wants us to be like a state in which
I never said like slave. You're using straw man. That's what I'm saying. You're just taking what I'm saying and flying off the rails. Just like he actually clarified my point. I never said to be just like North Korea, but I'm saying in the general sense, like I said, when people get out of rehabilitation, they're more rehabilitated than the actual people that are out in society. That's because of laws. Laws are meant to be.
Prisons are good. So prisons are good.
When you have laws, people break them. Now, when they're in slavery, they seem to not do them. So that's what I'm saying. If you want to structure society, then don't make it based off of the individual slavery. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying.
I guess it's just flying over y'all heads with exactly what I'm saying.
I mean, if this is there like some literature or a theory from somewhere that you could point as like a point of reference?
I just gave you one. I mean, it's it's a lot of authoritarian countries out there if you want to like go look them up and shit. But.
Yeah, and they have laws. I mean, we might not like those laws. That's why we don't live there.
But see when you say laws, that's legal terminology. See, now you get me into semantics because they don't necessarily have laws in the sense that we understand them.
Their laws do not function the way ours do. Like you said, it's authoritarian. So
they don't consider it to be a law. They consider it to be a principle of the way of life. That's the difference.
Okay, so like let's say like I know this is an extreme.
They worship their leaders. They worship their leaders.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's not necessarily a law. It's a way of life, which is different from a law. It's a principle.
All right, Dex. Hey, Dex, was there anything else you wanted to talk about when you came in, or is the slavery thing the main thing?
I made my point about the government. When they say government, they thinking of a secret society of people, and it's not. We are the government. Each individual holds a contract with the Corporation of America.
What? Okay, so I have a question. Do you have like like I had asked earlier, do you have like some literature, like a book that you're reading, like something that
okay, go look up his name is Yah is Magnified.
Yah is Magnified?
Yes, and he talks about the Constitution, the straw man, and all of these legal titles and how it binds us to contracts.
So are you talking?
For instance, he talks about child support.
Is this a YouTube channel?
Yes, a YouTube channel. His name is Yah is Magnified.
Okay, I'm asking for something a little bit different. Like when I said literature, because anybody could get on YouTube and say whatever.
No, but that's a actual source. Like I'm trying to, he's going to break down the literature for you. That's what I'm telling you.
Are you a Hebrew? Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
No, I'm not a Hebrew Israelite at all. But I agree with a lot of the shit he said.
Do you belong to any religion? Are you religious?
No, I'm not religious at all. Religion means to bind or hold back. So I don't be bound or hold back by anything.
Okay. Yeah, because I have a particular view regarding, like, I mean, I don't knock like the whole YouTube thing. I mean, I'm on this right now, you know, but
yeah,
I would never want somebody to use me if I was to ever do a YouTube channel as like a primary source or to repeat the things that I said. Like,
no, I said it's an example. It is a source, though. It is a source, but it's an example of what I'm saying as the government structure is. What I said is we hold contracts with the United States government over our physical body to give them jurisdiction over us. Now, if everybody just dropped their birth certificate and stopped living in the paper world, then it'll be a total different government.
So, all right. Now, I'm going to ask something. You don't have to answer it. And I'm not saying this to try and belittle you or something like that. But how old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay. A young man. You have college education, like anything beyond like high school?
Yeah, for sure. I went to SAE in California.
You got bachelor's, associate's, certificate?
No, I'm still applying myself right now.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. Study hard, man. Good fortune in your studies, man.
I got my daughter in my hand. My fault, y'all. I'm a little far away.
Oh, okay. It's all good. It's all good. God take care of the seeds, you know, because like in some of the things that we have to be cognizant of is thoroughly vetting the information that we are exposed to. Some of the stuff that we consume, you know.
But could you agree to what I'm saying though? Like if everybody just get rid of the paper world, it would be a total different government. So if you get rid of your birth certificate, your social security card, your everything, it would be just a total different government. Employment, everything would be different.
So this is the part that I want you to think about right now. Your social security number, your birth certificate,
Those are accounts.
Correct, which means this information is already in databases.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Getting rid of the paper does nothing. Unless you intend on actually destroying the mainframe that holds this database.
People do it all the time. People hacking servers all the time. It's not a reason why it can't be done, but I'm not into those conspiracies or whatever. But what I'm saying is we live in a paper world government, and not necessarily
not anymore. That argument would have flew back in like 1980, not in 2025.
I know, but I'm saying it's more digital now. So yeah,
exactly.
It's digital now, but it's still contracts through paper too as well.
I mean, the paper right now, is basically like a physical copy of what they already have in some database somewhere.
Hold on. So let me ask you this: when you said the Social Security account is an account number, right? Could you agree that it's making you a debtor, and a debtor is a slave?
I don't know about the Social Security number itself. I would say the credit system.
That's what I'm saying.
Makes me a debtor.
That's what I'm saying. That's what it is. It's a credit system, but it's making you a slave because it's making you putting yourself in debt.
I mean, if you're always using credit instead of like paying up front,
whenever you use the number, you're contracting with somebody else. You use it to do business.
But how is entering a contract by default making you a slave? Because I guess it would depend on how you define slave. Because
it does make you a slave is a debtor. A debtor is a slave. It even says it on the dollar bill. You can take it if you got money in your pocket right now. Take it out and tell me it don't say legal tender of debt for public and private.
Okay. Let's play. Hold on a second.
The dollar is not backed by any mineral, no gold, no nothing. It's not backed by anything. It's just a piece of paper that you use to pay off debts.
This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. Yep. Legal tender for all debts and private. Actually,
public and private.
Public and private, right? So here's my question for you, right? How do you define slave?
A debtor. A slave is a debtor. A debtor is a slave.
So there's no distinction between, say, like chattel slavery versus a servant.
A debtor is a slave. A slave is a debtor. Slave is when the chattel slavery was happening, all they was doing was paying off debts. That's what they was doing.
That's who the slaves?
Just hold on. Just like America, like I said, is a series of contracts, right? They pull money out of thin air into the government, which is held by every individual in the account, to sense that we're working off every day of our lives out of thin air to pay the debt that we so-called owed the government. And that's why Trump changing these laws and shit, because he basically saying it's no more of us putting these taxes into the government and shit, and people taking advantage of it by way to the average debtor. That's what he basically saying.
So Dex, are you saying the slaves that were brought here in the 16th and 17th century owed a debt to the British?
I couldn't hear your question.
Yeah, so you think the slaves that can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Do you think the slaves that were brought here in the 16th and 17th century, you think they owed the British government a debt?
That's according to the British government. Yes.
According to the British government, the slaves that they bought. Then why did they buy them?
You said what?
They bought them. Then why did the British buy those slaves? Why would they buy slaves? Because
now,
the slaves owed them money.
My answer to your question is going to be a question. Now, what was considered the transaction? What was the transaction really considered to be?
The contract was not between the slave and the government. The contract was between the slave, those who traded.
Go look up indentured servitude. Go look that up.
I know what indentured servitude is, but I'm asking you in the case of chattel slavery, because that's what he's bringing up. Because we understand, although there are different forms of slavery, I want to eliminate chattel slavery for now, right? So what did the slave? These were the ones who were abducted, mind you.
Hold on. If I go steal a dog right now, and I pay for a dog right now, and I tell it to do everything that I want it to do, right? And I pay for it, and it does everything that I want it to do through a debt. Does that make me the creditor or the debtor?
Repeat it. Say it again.
So if I buy a dog, right, and and it does everything I want it to do, does that make me the creditor? And I bought it for cash. Do that make me the credit, or not cash, but a source of actual income? Do that make me the creditor or the debtor? Because I bought it in the first place.
That would make you the owner.
No, I said the creditor or the debtor. It's only creditors and debtors. You don't own anything. You leave out of here. You come in this place by yourself.
You would be
you using everything you have. But I'm saying, are you?
I don't think that's a good example with the dog, because we're not animals.
It's not a trick question. It's not a right or wrong answer. I just want to know your perspective.
My perspective is if I purchased an animal, I own it. Now, the problem is that this animal, this pet,
Okay, that's the same
it's going to
way.
be a
That's the same way.
continuous.
That's
Hold
the
on,
same way the Europeans thought. They thought the same way
I
you're
didn't
doing.
finish. I didn't finish though, because
I
you're
don't
gonna
own
now
it.
have to.
I don't own it. I
You're
don't
now
own it.
gonna feed it.
If I buy something, I don't own it. I use it. I don't own it.
No. See, but
Only thing you
okay.
own
Now,
is
mind you, hold on. We're trying to eliminate the whole concept of chattel slavery, right? We're eliminating that one because you got to remember.
No, let's deal with it. Let's deal with it because he brings.
No, I'm talking about eliminating it via the process of properly defining it.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah,
so when we're looking back at that, right? That's centuries ago, and this system of like credit, the way we have and we understand it now, and the way it's applied,
but it's money out
did
of
not
thin
exist
air.
then. Right? They didn't do that back then. They used gold and silver tenders, sometimes copper, not really too much, but a lot of it was gold and silver.
But,
right?
but hold on. It's not backed in the U.S. as the legal tender note, but it is backed by actual mineral resources.
Hang on a second, guys. Speaking of gold, hang on, Dex. Speaking of gold, can y'all hit the like button, please? Hitting the like button is like gold. So if y'all could please hit that thumb up button, that would be amazing. Thanks. Go ahead, Dex.
All right, so wait, he's going.
Hit that like button.
I already did that. Again.
Yeah, you gotta go check out bro though. Y'all magnify. He gonna put you on, man. To the actual understanding of what the government is.
All right. See now,
Is he the guy that put you on, Dex?
Contracts.
Is he the guy that put you on?
A little bit. He's not the only one. Contracts is government. Government is contracts. That's all what it is.
See now, I'm going to tell you something right now, right? And this is, I'm not this expert. I'm going to church tomorrow. My homegirl is a judge. I have one of my boys in there that's a lawyer too. I don't rely on sources like this to educate me on things of like legal matters in the United States of America. I like to go with.
So you saying all judges know law?
How can a judge not know law?
Hold on. I got a question. All judges. I got an answer to that question. All judges don't know every single piece of the law.
No, not every, because a judge is going to preside over a specific branch of the law.
Exactly, but I'm saying they don't know every specific part of that specific part of the law. That's what I'm telling you.
Right. So is
people have real cases all the time.
Okay, so this dude Yah is magnified. Does he have a background in law?
Yes.
What is his education in law?
Well, I don't necessarily think that
I think he may have.
He's not a lawyer.
He was there when Moses was writing the 10 Commandments. That's
no. Chill. Don't do that.
Nah. But I'm gonna keep it 100 though. Like, he not no lawyer or nothing, but he got plenty of testimonies on there of getting people out of situations with judges and shit.
Okay.
And he's the average. What you would call a citizen. So if a citizen could actually know more law than the actual judge, is what I'm telling you. Or a lawyer. All you doing is, when you're saying you're a lawyer, you bound by the legal society. That's all you saying.
No, that's not what it means.
Yes, it is.
When lawyers, these are people who are actually certified to practice law in a certain capacity.
Under. All a lawyer is, or attorney is an officer of the court. That's all they are. They don't. Lawyers don't necessarily know more than you. You got people that's in jail
I agree.
That's studying their cases more than the actual lawyer and bringing up case law that the lawyer didn't know nothing about.
I agree. So
hold on. Lawyers are judges. Judges are lawyers. Same shit.
Judges are lawyers, not all lawyers.
You have to be a lawyer in order to be a judge. Yes.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah.
I said judges are lawyers. Not all lawyers are judges.
I get that, but you have to be a lawyer first. That's what I'm telling you.
Understood. So I have, like I said, I'm a biologist. Things of this nature, I don't like to go
Ask your
what
girl or
somebody
whatever.
said on YouTube.
Who the judge? Whoever the judge is, ask that person. Do every judge know law? She's gonna tell you straight up, no, not every judge knows.
They're going to know law. I think the right term would be like they don't know all
Hold on,
laws.
I got a question too. So you saying every police officer know law?
No.
But they out here.
Not all of them know all laws.
Exactly.
They operate within their little sect in which they've been authorized to operate.
You got different. You just like the judges. You got different branches of it. You got the FBI. You got the CIA. You got all different types of branches. Jurisdictions.
That's basically what I was just saying.
Yeah.
So
it's different jurisdictions.
So to go back to the point, right? With chattel slavery, you were saying that these slaves actually were in debt. No, excuse me. Let me not put words in your mouth. Let me rephrase. I believe you were alluding to the slaves.
They were considered to be debtors, is what I'm saying.
The slaves were the debtors.
Yes, because if I pay for something, right? If they was to pay for a slave, that slave is now working for the money I just spent.
I get what you're saying there. Okay. Now here's the interesting thing though. Legal jurisdiction, right? And the law. These people who went and abducted these other people or purchased them from other abductors, right?
They were considered property, which is a possession.
Exactly. They're considered properly. They're considered property. Now, within the paradigm that you were presenting earlier, where you were speaking about there should not be laws and there are right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not to derail what we were talking about, but do you think it was right that these people who were seized, right? Now, we can't say it was lawfully or unlawfully. So we have to go off of the merits of morale.
Right.
Right? Or morals.
Yeah.
Was it right for them to be seized and now they are in debt to their abductors?
I'm gonna give you a simple answer, and it's gonna be no. And I'm gonna tell you why. They had a duty to actually fight back harder than what they actually did. They had a duty to. It was a principle for them to do that for us.
Well, I don't know if we could say I think it's probably not fair to say
it is fair.
Wait up, I didn't finish my statement. I don't think it's really fair to say they did not fight back hard because number one, we weren't there.
They didn't fight back like how they was supposed to.
Number two, you got to remember a lot of this stuff was able to be accomplished due to, even though it still was primitive compared to today's standards, it still was a technological disadvantage. You know, the Europeans come through, they already got like muskets and this, that, and the third. They could shoot you from X amount of yards away. Did they have weaponry like that?
You said what? Did they have weaponry?
Yeah, that compared to like the muskets and things like that at that time. Because to my knowledge, I don't know anything about.
I got a question. I got a question for your question, and I'm gonna answer it though. Yeah, you're right. The technology is what really derailed the slavery from them fighting back. Yes, I 100% agree. I can't disagree to that. But look at for in history right now. For instance, the Vietnam War. A lot of them didn't have as much weaponry as they did, but they killed more soldiers than the soldiers killed them. The soldiers killed more innocents than they killed actual soldiers. So technically, they lost that war.
They didn't know who was who. But in the case of the Vietnam War, you got to remember the terrain was a big issue.
Hold on. But they lost the war. They had more weaponry, more access to technology and all the shit. They lost the war, though.
Agreed. Well, I don't know if you will call it loss. Oh, well, who won? This is the question I have.
Go look it up on look it up on Google. It's gonna tell
You're gonna say the Vietnamese one because their country was ravaged.
It don't matter. They won the war. They killed more of us than we killed more of them. We killed more civilians. The American government killed more civilians than they killed the Congolese. They didn't kill. Not the Congolese, but the Viet Cong.
Vietnamese.
Yeah. They killed way more than.
Dude, I mean, that's cool and all, but the exception does not determine the rule. All throughout history, like 99.9% of the chance, whichever force is more technologically advanced.
But you can't. Hold on. His whole argument was on the point that murder is not murder is not murder unless it's legal, and that's what I'm saying. So was it legal for us to just go over there and kill civilians?
That's an international crime. I would say no, that's not legal.
Exactly.
So the question is who's going to hold them accountable for that?
Ain't nobody gonna hold them accountable. We gonna have to hold them accountable. If anything, we the people, we the people of the government should be the ones holding the military accountable, the branch accountable.
Okay.
Because we the only people that could.
Should.
That's why That's why I said the government should be individualism.
I don't see how in.
I know it's kind of hard to like picture and visionary, but it was.
It's not an issue of picturing it because you have to take into account certain things, right? You're let me see. You said you're 27. This means you were born in like 1998.
That age has nothing to do with education.
I'm not talking about education. I'm putting things into perspective as far as infrastructure. Because you were born at a time the internet was already popping.
Yeah.
So you're talking about dismantling this thing that has been in the process of developing for generations before you were born.
I got a question. So was the internet created for good or bad?
I think that's a non sequitur.
That's a question that's a rhetorical question, in fact, because we don't know if it was created for good or bad.
That's besides the point, right? What I'm getting at is, if you're saying, wait a minute, you said these things. I said infrastructure, right? And all this fiber optic network and things like that they invested. Who knows how much?
Did we not just agree that everything is digital?
Okay, so the digital things that we're referring to, we have to access that through a line of high-speed telecommunications, and that is via infrastructure.
Yes, it's infrastructure. So what I'm saying, like, say if the Chinese fucking just cut off everything right now, we would be back to the Stone Age. We would be back to having no laws. We would be back to having certain shit that's not proprietary. Like, for instance, you got animals and shit that would be traveling back in a certain geographical location due to this. Like, technology is definitely a part of our infrastructure, and it's a major part. And we don't know if it was created for good or bad.
Put it this way: your laws are only as effective as your ability to enforce them. Right?
I don't disagree.
Okay, so now, does the average civilian have the capability, either the training or the equipment, and are they actually organized to the point in which they can actually overthrow something as simple as the local police department?
Of course.
Okay, so
you didn't hear about that boy, that teenage autistic dude that hacked the whole server with just his phone and a fire stick? Like,
that's fine, but you could hack that, but then there's also radio. Radio does not depend on the internet.
Okay, but you could interfere with radio too. It's just waves. It's all something that you can't see. Wi-Fi can be interfered with.
Does the average citizen know how to do that and have that device at their media
Not. I wouldn't say in the general sense the average citizen, but it is a lot of citizens that know how to do it.
Okay, so
and you have access to it. You got access to it. They got a Flipper Zero, for instance. If you go Google a Flipper Zero, you can go purchase it right now and start playing with everything that's digital.
So we're talking about. So first we have the police department, right? Depending on where you are in the country, you can't even get a firearm like that. I'm in New York City. It's only recently.
Says who? I'm in the most strict state right now with gun laws, and you can get a gun just as quick as you can get one in Chicago.
Understood. This is what I said. I said the average citizen does not have a firearm. They don't. Not in New York City.
In what country? In what country are you referring to?
United States of America.
Oh, that is totally wrong.
Not everybody. Look, it depends on where you are. What city do you live in?
The average American citizen do have a firearm in the house. You know how many households per 100,000 residents got a gun? Look it up right now.
I agree. Not everywhere in the country is the same. No, not everywhere is like New York City. Nowhere close.
But you can't.
There could be polar opposites.
You're basing it off an infrastructural database as far as saying who has a gun and who's not. People buy guns.
Hey Dex, are you a professional troll?
No, I'm not a fraud at all.
No, let him speak his mind, right? So if I said the average American, I don't know the numbers. I know there are pockets in the United States of America where there are more people.
300 million Americans.
Right. And do you have a number? How many of them own a firearm?
At least more than half.
Based on what?
Based on the Constitution of the United States.
No. Do you have actual stats?
Hold on, that's just one source. And I'm gonna give you a source on your side. I'm gonna give you one to subtract. You got people that's in prison that can't own a gun. You got people on the street that can't own a gun, but they still do. But
so
you got
out of this 300 million, right? You said there's 300 million, more than half own a firearm. Yeah. What is your point of reference to make you say that that's a fact? Like what's the source citation? What's the statistics?
The Constitution.
The Constitution is not a statistical database. That's the foundation. That's like the skeleton.
Do you know what
the basis for what the laws are?
Do you know what two-way is?
Two-way?
Yeah.
What, like the old pagers? Like, what do you mean by two-way?
Just go Google two-way if you don't know what it is.
All right. That doesn't answer the question, because like for example, let's say I say hold on, listen. Let's say I say X amount of people, right? We were having this conversation last night. And we were talking about a lot of Black Americans actually can be more African than they're European, and actually even more European than Native American. What is the basis for that statement? There have been people
you have to have genealogy.
Exactly. And there was stats that are taken, right? People have been testing, and they've been, coming up with statistical models.
That's not an accurate number, though. That's not an accurate number, though. You can't.
It isn't accurate to the actual 100,000th. But the point is, we still have a point of reference that we could point to back up.
No, but it's still not. But hold on, it's still not an accurate number, regardless of if the only way it would be accurate is every single American take the test, and that's not true. Just like the gun laws, if every single American would get a permit or whatever, then it'll be a statistical database. But just because it's people that own firearms that's illegal, that doesn't mean that everybody that's in the database own the specific gun. I know people that own guns legally and illegally.
Dude, what you just did right there is something you're not supposed to do, because what I'm saying is, where we're saying this is what the data represents so far. These are the stats that we have available. You're trying to invalidate the stats that we have available at our disposal right now. Hold on, that we have right now to justify you're not providing a stat to back up what you asserted as a fact.
Do you know what the 2A is?
I don't know two-way what you're talking about. The two-way that I would name might be different from what you're referring to as two-way.
Okay. All right. Just look up two-way, and then they'll give you a statistical database on exactly how many people own legal gun firearms, and just think about how many illegal firearms there is per household.
Okay, so now going back to that, because
Look, dude,
here's the thing.
We live in a country where there's mass shootings almost every fucking day, and you sit here
Agreed.
arguing with me about who don't have a gun. That's not even logical in your sense.
Okay, so here's what's not logical on your sense. Just a couple days ago, there's a guy who drove from Las Vegas
exactly
to New York
went all the way
and
to
opened
New York.
fire.
Yeah.
Right. And guess who did not stop him? New Yorkers. Why? Because they didn't have a gun.
Exactly, it was what I was just telling him earlier that day. That's why earlier today I just said that. I said I live in the state the same way, but that don't mean that people don't have guns on them.
Right. So now, the next question is, are these people properly organized to be able to overthrow? Because the police department,
the Second Amendment.
You're not letting me finish the question.
I know where you're going with it. That's why the Second Amendment was created so that we wouldn't be in the tyrant.
I wasn't saying this. I wasn't going to say the Second Amendment. That's not what I was saying.
I know, but I'm saying
the Second Amendment grants you the right to organize.
To bear arms.
I'm saying it's the right to bear arms and be organized as a militia. Stated in its full.
Exactly. That's the way. That's the way for the government. So the government won't corrupt us or basically take over us, or another country won't come over here and invade us. So that everybody's already armed.
So there's a difference between could, should, would, and if this is actually feasible. If this is happening right now,
it's already happening. It's people already crossing the border. It's already people over here.
Right, exactly. Now, here's the question. You're talking about, if I could sum it up in the most simplest term, overthrow the government as it currently is, and we just run things like a different way. If I were to sum it up, if I'm incorrect in my summary, give your summary, please.
Okay. You want me to give mine?
Yeah, because I don't want to be putting words in your mouth and
no, I get it. But what I'm saying is this. So, like I just gave you an example, people already crossing over to the border, not just immigrants too. You got people that been here already that aren't citizens too, that from a long before this shit was actually politicized on the news. But what I'm saying is, we are the government, so it's no way. The only way to overthrow a government, you when y'all say government, y'all keep thinking like it's an imaginary group of people, and that's like far from the truth. The truth is, we are the government. All it do is take a civil war. All it do is take a civil war for people to stand on one side or the other. That's all it takes.
Who said it's an imaginary set of people? Who said that?
The people that was on the video earlier, which is why I came up here to talk about the government. That's why they kept saying the government, but it wasn't in the context of we, the people, are the government. They kept making it seem like it was a secret society of people controlling the masses of people, and it's not that way. The government is ran by contracts. The contract is you are a U.S. citizen under such and such paperwork in a certain database, which is infrastructure. Now, what I'm saying is, that's exactly why laws are created and laws are meant to be broken or flipped this way or that way. That's all I'm saying.
Who's your internet service provider?
Xfinity. Why?
Do you know the CEO?
I don't know the CEO.
Do you know how they became your ISP?
Like, what you mean?
Because so you know what lobbying is, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. Lobbying is the practice of corporations who have X amount of money to burn, who want to create favorable situations in certain sectors, whether if it be in the geography
Yeah.
or within like the political landscape and,
Hold on,
and through
can I pause?
economy and things like that.
Pause right there? Could you pause right there? Now, when you said corporations, this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Dude, you're not letting me complete the thought.
No, I know.
I
know, but hold on, just to get an understanding. When you said corporations, are you talking about the people corporations,
No, I'm talking
the,
about businesses. I'm talking about like your Verizon, like your Comcast, and T-Mobile. You're not letting me complete the thought, right?
Okay.
Because you said you don't know what lobbying is.
Keep going.
Right? So what lobbying is these businesses, right?
Yeah.
They actually have personnel that they hire to go shadow and shower these politicians with gifts and things like that. They will contribute money to their campaigns and things of that nature. And then when they get into office, there's the kickback. They allow them to do this, that, and a third. And with the internet service providers, what they do is they have actually worked out some type of agreement with each other where they carved out the country. You get this, you get that. And in certain areas, even the people cannot independently create like their own fiber optic network for like the local town. If it doesn't go through the route of one of those major companies and things like that, they can't have it at all.
It's called monopoly.
You understand? So the reason I brought that up is because in practical sense, there are people operating who we don't know who they are. I can't name a lobbyist for you.
No, that's
but
not.
I could see. I could see.
That's not true. That's not true because you saying a group.
Name a lobbyist then.
Listen, you said go to the CEO, right? Every corporation has a name back behind it. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, what's the name? What you said yours is Xfinity, right? Is that what you said?
Hold on, I got a question. Do you have a birth certificate in the United States?
Of course.
Then you're doing business as a name. They're not talking about you, the flesh living being. They're talking about you as a corporation.
As an entity, I understand that. But the point that I'm getting at is you said that people are speaking in the terms as though there are these individuals who are unseen, who are operating like in the shadows, out of sight, and things like that, and they are, manipulating the population.
Yes, but they talking about it in a general.
They are or not?
They talking about it in a general sense. What I'm saying is they're right, but they're wrong. They're saying it like it's a group of actual people that we'd have nothing to know, that we can't know about, that's creating all these that's doing all these things. What I'm saying is it's people sitting behind their corporations, actual human beings in the flesh living blood doing this behind a name. That's what I'm saying.
So, okay, so you weren't saying there are not people who are operating like out of sight. You're saying there are.
Yes, but behind.
Okay, I misunderstood you. Yeah, because like that lobbyist thing is devastating. It's really messed up too.
Yeah, I get it. But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying people are a corporation. That's why when they kept saying government, they're not talking about it in a general sense of what it really is. They talking about it in the sense to what they know it to be. That's a false act. That's a false narrative,
Mm-hmm.
Because if I say, I'm going to go blow the whole government up, let's not. I'm totally joking on what I'm saying. But how is that morally possible?
Morally possible or morally right?
No, morally possible. Like that's not possible at all. You can't do that to every human being in the United States right now.
No, even if you could, I don't see what you would accomplish with that.
The only way you could do it is by way of nuclear weapons.
There's other ways too.
Or like biological weapons, something like
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's I couldn't do it all like how they saying they could do it. So when you saying could we overthrow the government, it would have to be a civil war type thing because you got people on this side or that side.
Or It would be the government itself.
The people, we the people.
Nah, I'm not talking about we the people. I'm talking about like certain bodies, certain people who work in certain or function within certain sectors.
And those people that you're talking about are hiding behind a corporation. The corporation is the all caps name. That's what I'm telling you.
Now, here's the thing, right? Where I'm saying the government, because whether you want to admit it or not, the government still is an institution. It's still a functioning body, right?
That the people create, right?
The people create, but the people do not really control it the way that they should.
Yes,
there's not a real democracy. There's
Dude.
supposed to be a republic.
Dude, if that kid with the phone could wipe out the whole database as far as having everybody's birth certificate information, everybody's account information, and just wipe it clean, which there is people out there that know how to do it, then we would be set back to the Stone Age. It wouldn't even be a government.
Okay, so now let's take that hypothetical scenario, right?
It would be an apocalypse completely. It would be
okay, and what does that accomplish?
It would be totally COVID-19 over again.
No, it wouldn't be COVID-19.
Probably
it would
even
be
worse.
Exponentially worse.
Yeah, probably even worse. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. We each individual partook in that. It wasn't everybody probably got sick, or most people got sick. You know, so it wasn't like one person decided to just do it behind a corporation. No, everybody partook in it. Just like Donald Trump signed them checks. He signed them. He didn't give it to us. We worked for that.
Let's put this in practical sense, right? Do you live on a farm?
No, I don't live on a farm.
A ranch?
Nope, don't live on a ranch.
Do you have a bunker or some type of unit like on your property with like a stash of food and water to sustain you and your family for like the next 3 years?
No, I know somebody that do.
You know somebody that do? You think they got a space for you?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
They got the biological suits and everything. I know somebody.
How many people in the United States of America you think have that?
Not many.
Okay.
And I would suggest that it's far a lot less than we think.
So, what incentive is there for the United States citizen to create that type of scenario?
I mean, it's not impossible. You know what I mean?
That's not what I asked. I said, what incentive is there? Because unless you have your own property that is secure, with a fresh water source, with food to sustain you and your immediate family, and the weaponry to defend your property, right? Because the raiders are going to come, right?
Right.
Unless you have all of those things, medication, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Unless you have all of those things, why would you want that scenario?
Hold on. So let me back it up a little bit. When you saying we have to have fresh water source, that's not necessary. It's true. I'm not saying that the point I'm saying. What I'm saying is when I say go back to like the Stone Age and shit, like you would have to be around somebody like me. I know how to fish. I know how to hunt. I know how to gather. I know how to do all the shit that I could provide for with the necessities of the basic understanding of life. Some people don't know how to fish. Some people don't know how to go find a water source. Some people don't know how to camp. Some people don't know how to hunt. You know what I'm saying? And
that's good. But you got to think about a scenario like that, right?
Yeah, because
wherever you are, hold on. Wherever you are right now, even if you lived in the middle of the woods right now, near a fresh water supply, and you can fish, and for some reason, I don't know what livestock you're going to be able to hunt consistently, or whatever the case may be, are you still in a good position to defend from the other people who might descend upon this same area looking for the same thing that you need? Because these are desperate times, right?
Yeah.
You got to think about the scenario. Like, have you ever really thought about?
Probably not. I'm gonna be totally honest. Probably not. But I got the necessities and the mindset to do it. You know.
Okay, you have the necessities and mindset. How close are you to like the nearest river or clear water spring?
I'm like less than 2 miles for real.
Hey,
Okay.
Sentinel, let me ask you a question when you're done, okay? But just
Uh,
let's try and wrap up this discussion because we're going pretty late.
okay.
But I do want to speak with you about something.
Okay. So you would need a fresh water supply, right? Eventually, you got to think about you're in competition with other people. You're potentially going to run out of things to hunt in the immediate area. Like if you lived in, like, let's say you was in Alaska in the
Yeah.
woods right now, right?
Yeah.
You would fare so much better. Where are you? You said California?
Yeah.
What part?
I'm in the Bay Area.
In the Bay Area, you've
Yeah.
got millions of people that are going to be competing with you.
Yeah. I'm totally fine with that.
Dude, you should not be fine with that.
But the last thing you want is a person like me that really knows how to hunt, gather, shoot, have shot in people, and that really has been in a war in the street sense, and knows how to protect his family, and I'm trying to tell you, like, that has like a military mindset, have military family members. Hey, that's the last people you want on the street. You feel me?
So are they in your immediate vicinity?
Yes, in my immediate vicinity.
Okay. How many rounds of ammo do you have?
Oh, brother. Oh, brother, I can't tell you that on the internet.
Okay, so you got to think about, you're in the Bay Area, so you're talking about Oakland and San Francisco, millions of people on each side. You got millions of rounds,
brother. Hey, look, listen. I can't discuss that because they gonna think we terrorists on here, man.
The point that I'm getting at is realistic realistic scenario, right? What it really looks like if you really were to have like a total collapse, right? First and foremost, the power is going to go out.
Yeah,
right.
I don't need that. I don't need power. I'm not a starter.
Okay,
I'm not a start my own.
The power's out.
Yeah.
So you've got to create like light sources. You've got to when it starts getting cold, you're gonna have like you got to start burning wood.
That's why I said
Right?
hunt, gather, camp. You got. I know how to do all that. I'm a real nature.
Now you're not in a vacuum.
Hold on. I know how to create water. I know how to create water out of thin air. That's how it really get.
Okay, and how does that stop two cities with millions of people each come descending upon you?
But I'm not saying that specific thing will stop it. I'm just saying I know how to survive when it comes to a real reasonable situation.
When in a scenario like that, the greatest threat to your survival is not even the elements. It's those people around you competing for the same resources that are so vital and viable for your family survival.
I get that, but let's keep it 100. How many people really know how to do the things such as hunt, gather, fish? It's not that many people that know how to do these things.
Right. So
listen, I got a fishing pole right behind me. If I was to turn on my camera, it is right here behind me.
Okay, so let's go back to what you were saying, where you were saying the people are the government, and we can overthrow the system as it is right now and go back to the Stone Ages so that we can be liberated.
We don't have to fight. We don't have to fight. All we got to do is withdraw from it. That's all I'm saying. We never had to fight anything. All we had to do is withdraw from it. If we all just get rid of our birth certificates, don't use it to do any business in the United States of America, the government would be totally different. That's all I'm saying. And it wouldn't be what people are making.
I mean, I'm not arguing from the standpoint like I'm completely satisfied and happy with our political system and the way things are functioning right now. I'm not, but when I listen to the things you're saying, where it's like, okay, you're talking about things about like being like some survivalists and things like that, which is cool. That's great, But if we're gonna sell like the average citizen, United States of America, yeah, let's get rid of the system. Let's go back to that. They're not prepared, though.
Listen, I stay in the Bay Area, right? Out of the whole Bay Area, I think it's about a good 20,000 people that know how to do the things I know how to do.
And in the Bay Area, because
in the
the
whole
Bay Area is really Oakland and San Francisco, right?
No, it's more than that. It's more than that.
Okay, so it's more than that. So then that means it's even more people. What is 20,000? What percentage of that is of how many people make up San Francisco? San Francisco is about like what, 3 million people, maybe more?
I don't even know. I couldn't tell you, brother, but I know like it's a lot. It's not that as many people as they make it seem. It's not as many people.
Okay, but like let's give it 1 million. San Francisco is not a tiny city,
right?
Right.
Yeah.
So let's go conservative, 1 million, and say Oakland equally is 1 million. Now you said that it's even more than just San Francisco and Oakland, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking potentially like 3 million, like 20,000.
3 million, not 3 million people. Yeah, 20,000. I bet you like it's only 20,000 people that not do these things.
What percentage of 3 million is 20,000?
20%, right?
No.
What is that?
Let's see.
Let me bring up my calculator. I ain't good at math. I ain't gonna lie.
20,000 would be 20% of like 100,000.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah,
we're going way
above. That's 2%, huh?
2% of 100,000?
No,
of 1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, of 1 million people it would be 2%, correct?
Yeah.
So it's even less than 3 if you're talking about 3 million, right?
Yeah. But that'd be like what, 3% or some shit or whatever?
Nah, it would be point something, not even a full percent.
Okay.
You know,
but
so you're
that's
talking about these 20,000 people, assuming that these 20,000 people are immediately organized with one another and agree to like a common cause. You're sharing like these same resources and supplies and things like that. And I'm painting this picture towards you for you to visualize it. You understand? Against like 3 million.
Yeah.
Now, what incentive is there for the average American citizen to want to face those types of conditions? You know, most people, let's be honest, most people, if their phone goes offline,
they don't know how to hunt. I'm not that people. Like, dude, I don't even own it. I don't even own
exactly.
a phone.
So your idea is really central to your ideology. You got to make it appealing to the other people.
No,
they don't have your skill set.
But hold on. Right? It's more possible than you think. It's way more.
I'm not talking about possible. I'm talking about what's the incentive, because you have to understand a lot of this technology that we have developed over the centuries. It has been developed to make our lives more and more convenient and comfortable.
Right. Yeah. And now I'm the type. That's what I'm telling you. I'm the type of person that don't need none of it. That don't need nothing with technology.
Okay, so how many people in the United States?
Hold on. Question: technology is not just a digital thing. It's also it's also things that you build too. As far as
it's also biological. There's biological technology.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so this is what I'm leaving you with, and I'll leave it there.
Yeah, we're gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, for sure.
You have an idea. It seems to me you have a desire. Despite how strongly you feel about it and how convinced and convicted you are about it, this doesn't mean other people share the same view or they would have the desire to go through these things. The things you're talking about
I never said that though. I never said that people would agree with me. I never said that. That's why you put an idea out there. So people would be like, oh, maybe he got a point. You know?
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, simply because I have it in the title, and I know people came in for an FBA debate. I wanted to ask you something. You as well, Dex. I'm not sure where you're living and if you've been following the FBA stuff, Dex. But
yeah,
the boycott started yesterday, and I was wondering if y'all could tell me if you seen anything happening around where you live, if you're experiencing anything with the boycott, Do you think it's been success? I know it's only been 2 days, and it's really hard to gauge what the success of it has been. But do you see anything fruitful coming of this boycott in either direction so far?
I don't necessarily know what the FBA movement is exactly about. I haven't did my research on it extensively, and I know it's like a new thing or whatever. But I haven't seen anything or like been seeing no protests about any FBAs or anything.
What about you, Sentinel? Have you seen or heard anything? Not online, just in
Well,
everyday regular life.
yeah, the neighborhood I live in doesn't have like too many like African owned or African run establishments, so I haven't seen anything of that nature. I'm quite sure if I were to go to like there's an area in Harlem that has like a lot of the African stores. They have some of their the herbs that they sell and things like that. Also the braiding shops and things like that. I imagine they're experiencing it, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes.
Mm. But you do think that it's affecting them.
I would imagine so, because when people feel very strongly about something and they've decided collectively we're going to go forward and do this, yeah, I imagine it's having its impact. I just for me, in my honest opinion, I think a better and I think a more constructive, more positive, a better way to approach like this rift that has emerged and we're seeing it spill out everywhere is to do more things like this. Like the discussion we had the other night, that was also I went back and I listened to it again. I listened to like the all 4 hours. You know what I mean? Dex, if you don't know, we had a American Dream had a live stream the other night. It was I think 3 FBAs who was on it, right? American Dream is Jamaican. I'm Haitian.
What is FBA exactly? Like, what is the ideology behind it? Like,
all right. Before I say that, I don't want to speak for it. What is your background? Where's your family from?
Well, I'm from here in America, but I'm not one of those like Aboriginal people. I believe we come from Africa. I believe that like I'm a Pan Africanist at heart. That's my standpoint.
Okay,
but not in a point to where like how Pan African is viewed on the widespread media.
Right, got you. So the the Foundational Black America, there's a lot of things to say about it. If I could sum it up in the simplest term and based on what they are saying, is this is a matter of not simply just defining their lineage, but also taking a fresh perspective on how they are going to approach things like politics and resources, who they would elect, and so forth. There's a lot of things that have extended from that, and unfortunately, some of it is misinformation. Like,
for sure.
Like you just touched upon it.
Yeah.
Where there were people who were saying that they're not descendants of Africans anymore.
Yeah, that's totally false. That's totally false. And that's that Dane Calloway. There's one person that created all that misinformation, and his name is Dane Calloway. If you go on his page, bro, I commented like 16 times, and he deleted all 16 comments.
Wow.
Like, so it really is just a misinformation. Like he know what he's doing. Like, and honestly, I think he was playing around one day and actually was playing around and he seen how many people was paying attention and just end up falling through with it. I think, but there's no way. Like, I don't get this new day and age where people come across some information and they don't do critical research. Like, they don't do deep research. They just believe, because what Dane Calloway do with the Aborigine people, what he do is he throw in the truth first and then he throw in a bunch of lies. And it gets people because the people hear one truth, so it's truths mixed in with lies. So
right.
they'll tell you we Native American and shit, but they don't tell you we came before the Native American genes and where we was before the Native American people as the Native American people. That's the difference. You feel me? They just claiming to be one part of history, and that's not true. You know, we came from Africa, and that's what it is. They're just all misinformation, and they now they're not saying it now they're not saying that we not from Africa, They saying it in percentages. They like, well, it was a small percentage of people that came from Africa. Now it's no, y'all playing games now. It's never been no small percentage. If anything, it was a small percentage of people over here already.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where all the misinformation coming from.
Sentinel, why did Haiti pay reparations to the French?
So Haiti revolted against the French. And you have to remember, Haiti was one of the major slave ports, major slave plantations. They dealt a lot in sugar. Sugar was basically like crack for the Europeans because, yes, they experienced sweet before in fruit, like apples, right? But then they got exposed to fruit that doesn't grow in Europe, like mango, pineapples, things like that, right? But the sugar cane itself is just like, it's nothing but sweet. It's not even a fruit. You know what I mean? And then they learned how to process it and things like that. And it was crack. They were hooked. So that was mostly what was going on the island. A lot of it was sugar. There's some tobacco and some other things, but sugar was the primary thing. Now the slaves revolted, right? They beat the French. Now the French had invested heavily in the slave trade. And ultimately what happened is the supposed property of theirs, right,
mm-hmm.
is now loose. They don't got it no more. So they threatened to return and enslave everybody again. They said, you know what? If we'll leave you alone so long as you repay us our investment. They're the ones who draw the contracts in their language, with their terms, with their banks. And that's the supposed reparation paid back to French or to France based on their loss of their investment in the slave trade. And the United States of America helped enforce certain things, invading the island and so forth, and controlling a lot of the resources and the finance that are supposed to be coming in to the country for the people.
Hey, so I got a question. So, well, I got a theory. So, you know how when I say we, the people that create the trends, as far as like, let's say, for instance, wearing your hat backwards or talking a certain lingo. I feel like we are the stock of America in a sense. You get what I'm saying? Like we make the rich richer in a sense because of that. Like, sir, for instance, Beats by Dre, he created the headphones. All black people came and went and bought it, and now everybody wants it.
So what you're pointing out is one of the details that the quote unquote FBA movement is discussing. Like, for example, the richness in culture that Black Americans have brought to the table.
Yeah, and that's what they mean by we built America, is that we make everything popular so that other people want it.
And also it's like not simply contributing to a lot of wealth for many people, but not getting your proper share in it.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah, for sure.
And not just the numbers, but also in the sense of just basic appreciation.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So these are things where, like, look, I'm not FB. I'm not a Black American. I'm Haitian.
What y'all claim to be? Like, what y'all legal? I mean, not y'all legal stance, but what y'all like beliefs? Like,
Hang on, before you ask that question, Dex, Sentinel, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Haitians paid reparations to the French for the same reason that American slaveholders masters were paid reparations.
You said reparations?
Yeah, reparations. Because slavery was legal, right? So when they ended it, especially with the slave masters here, the slave masters got reparations
plantation
because
owners
slavery
got paid. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Slavery was legal. That's the main reason they received reparations. Because if it's legal, hang on, Dex. If it's legal, that means they weren't doing anything. I don't want to use the word wrong, but legally they weren't doing anything wrong. So when they ended slavery and took their wealth, because the slaves themselves were what was their wealth. You know what I'm saying? Like if you own slaves, you were wealthy, and if you lose those slaves, you're losing wealth. So they have to pay them for that. So I'm trying to figure out like how does that play into the call for reparations? Is that going to be something to weaken the reparations claim?
Well, okay. So in regards to reparations, I said it the other evening. The United States played its part in weakening the economic status and the economic fate of Haiti ever since, because they're allied with France. You know what I'm saying? And Haiti is in the immediate sphere of influence of the United States of America. France is over there, so it's like, hey, you guys do this, whatever. Da, 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 da. Now, in regards to reparations for Black Americans, United States of America, right? Haiti has a claim against, or that we would have to present on an international level against the United States of America for the way it's interfered in the affairs of America, of Haiti, as far as economics and its political development and things of that nature. But that is not to be bunched in together with what's going on with the Black Americans. That's separate. The thing with the Black Americans getting reparations from the United States government, that's more like internal. If with Haiti, that's an international thing.
Yeah, but hold on, if I may, I think reparations should be a global thing, not just to one specific people, like the Americans, the American slave. I think it should go. We should all round up together, and that's our point. We don't never come together. We always misidentifying. We always want to be something else instead of just getting our shit together and working with each other from different continents, different places, different countries. We all need to get together, and we need to hold them responsible. Like, look, we got a bill right here, so that way we're not misorganized. Like we can't be disorganized. We gotta show them the bill. And this is it. And it don't have to necessarily be in cash, because cash not backed by nothing. It got to be in some type of resources or some type of mineral, gold or something. It got to be, something. And it can't even really be minerals, because once we own it all, it's going to get depopularized again. So you feel me? So it got to be something that's worth having. Like,
you want to know what's funny about what you just said?
Like
in a lot of cases, these countries where the United States have like a embassy or a military base and things like that.
Yeah.
What you're talking about would come in the form of them just surrendering back the control of those minerals and resources back to the nation in which they have an embassy and a military base.
Yeah, for sure.
They control the resources of other places. That's what's going on in Haiti right now.
Yep.
It's a dirty game. I understand what you're saying. Like, it would take a great deal of ambition and organization.
Not even just that too. The inventions too. Like, we invented a lot of the shit the planet used. Like from everything. We invented a lot of shit. So we need money for everything that's being used that we created. You feel me? Like, we gotta figure out how we gonna get what we're owed. And that's the thing. Like, if you were a slave and somebody legally owned you, like how you said, legal, you own something, then whatever that person created, because we weren't slaves, we were astronomers, architects, all this, and we created these things, and they took it from us by way of slavery. So whatever that person came up with, it was no longer his property, because you were my property. You get it? So we got to take back control of these patents and all type of things.
Yeah, I mean,
as a way of reparation.
What I got to tell y'all, gentlemen, it's going on 3.5 hours. We're past the 3.5 hour mark that I've been
All right,
streaming.
so I'm off of this.
Yeah.
It was good talking to y'all, though.
Yeah, Dex, thank you for coming in, bro. Appreciate you.
You'll see me again. I'm subscribed right now.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. That's what's up. And hit that notification bell.
For sure.
Yeah, thanks for stopping in, Sentinel.
I'll go check out Yaz Magnified, man, and see what he about. Even if you don't necessarily like him or whatever, just try it out.
Yeah, it can't hurt, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Dex. Thanks for stopping in.
All right, for sure.
Yeah, man, and thank you for stopping in as well, Sentinel. Appreciate you, bro.
Yes, sir. Always.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
They're
what's
going
this?
at it in the chat, though.
So you see, yeah, I'm in the chat too. So it's just. Let me see. Somebody, Reverend Green. My church tomorrow will have 2-hour workshop on calling ICE and earn money to build a new church. What? A workshop on calling ICE?
I think he's talking about the reward. There's a reward if you call ICE. I don't even know if that's true. I don't even know if it's legal to have a reward for calling ICE. But I think that's what he's talking about. Using that money that they get as a reward to help build the church. But I don't know. That already sounds like a conflict of interest to me. Because why wouldn't people just be lying just to get money to build your church?
Not only that, I wouldn't if I'm an actual reverend, like I'm not the pastor of my church. I teach the Bible and do a whole bunch of things. Like I had a meeting earlier today, but I could not imagine thinking like, okay, I'm going to be calling ICE on people and using the reward money to build a new structure. I don't see how God gets glory out of that.
Yeah, but I can't make sense out of what Reverend Green is talking about other than that.
Assuming he's a real reverend.
Yeah, I don't think real reverends hang out on the internet after midnight anyway. Although I don't know where he is, but yeah.
I see homegirl Dadine. I don't know how to pronounce her name. She was on there the other night too.
In the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was definitely there in the chat. She's going at it with pan mulattoism and his bunch of personalities. I think pan a fan scam is pan mulatto in disguise.
Okay. Pan Afan scammy. Much appreciation. Love you, man.
Yeah.
Whoa, Nadine, what you mean their God is not our God? What you mean by that? Man, I think I was looking for you know what I wish you had got the contact information from the other brothers who were on the other night. You did say Leroy had been on before, right?
Leroy.
Yeah, the one from Chicago, the older gentleman.
Leonard.
Oh, Leonard. My bad. Leonard.
Yeah, Leonard was on. Yeah, Leonard was on before. They I think they come on when they're able to. Kind of like me. I go live when I'm able to, and I think I think they know I'm live. They may just not be available to come on tonight. And I think because I started the conversation with slavery, and that was kind of where we went. I think that made it kind of like a different vibe. But yeah, man. Other than that, it is what it is.
But I think, in my opinion, right? Because yours is the only one that I saw, and the conversation, even though it wasn't that many people, it was Caribbean and Black Americans having a productive conversation, like really feeling each other out, seeing where we coming from and things like that.
And actually listening.
ironically, when the African brother came on, they were patient with him at first. He did raise a point about like, you know, Tariq Nasheed, like how it's feeding like negative vibes, but then he produced negativity himself, and it just went down the toilet while they were talking. I didn't like that. If he had came in and was just like respectful and like, look, this is what I'm thinking, I think they would have tried to hear him out. I think they would have listened. But it's just the fact that he came with that negativity. And it's crazy that it was the African brother that who did that. You know, because I did not hesitate for a moment to say that I'm Haitian. You didn't hesitate for a moment to say that you're Jamaican. You know, and the brothers, we were listening to each other. We were staying where we're from, what are our concerns. And, you know, as Caribbean people, we even offered them support. Like, yeah, I feel you. Like, yo, do you? It's only right. You know what I'm saying? I have no issue. I have no issue. One love. You know what I'm saying? So I would hope that if possible, you know, moving forward in the future, I don't know your circumstances. I know you got the wife and and kids, you know, so you probably can't be online like that. But hopefully, your schedule could work where we can have more discussions like that. Because the other ones that I see
those are the types of discussions I prefer to have.
Yeah, the other ones that I see, like all those live streams, all those podcasts that I'm seeing and things like that, they are all negative and nasty. I don't see no building, no bridges. I don't see no real support and no attempt at harmony, no reconciliation. I'm not seeing that. You the only one, and you only had like, you know, X amount of viewers. But you know, even the Bible says where 2 or 3 are gathered in his name, he'll be there. You know, so if it's just a few dozen of us, so be it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I appreciate that. That's why those other ones, I never called into those. I listened to those very little bit. This right here was more constructive, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. And I do want to continue those conversations. And yeah, I think those conversations are more important in today's day and age. So that's the plan. But yeah, man, I'm gonna get ready to retire for the night.
All right.
Again, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
You know, I may find some time tomorrow in the afternoon to
matter of fact,
to hit that bell.
You have access to the in the StreamYard. I'm gonna put my email in there. So if
in the private chat.
Yeah, if you have the ability, like let's say you know in advance that you're gonna go live, like, you know, at a certain time at night or whatever the case may be, let me know. I'll definitely jump on, you know, offer the support.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt, absolutely. Drop it in the chat.
Yeah, I sent it now.
Yeah, man. All right, Sentinel.
All right.
Blessings to you, bro.
Yes, sir. You too. Blessings to everybody in the chat, man. Yo, hopefully eventually we get to the point where these people who are like yo, they boxing in the chat. You know, hopefully we get to the point where it's no more war. You know what I'm saying? We want to get back to love. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, absolutely. And I think we will. I think you were the person. I think you said yesterday that you thought, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think you said you thought it was gonna it was a temporary thing, it was gonna fade away soon. I'm not sure if that was you, but I know somebody said that, and I'm hoping that that's what happens. That, you know, that we get back together and appreciate each other more. But yeah, bro, once again, blessings.
All right, you too.
And to the chat, to everybody in the chat that made it a show, you done know, respects to you. If you haven't done so yet, hit that like button, subscribe, and we'll catch y'all next time. Blessings. I'm gonna play a few tunes for y'all to bop your heads while we roll out. Bless yourselves.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. Why While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah. Each one, and our Father God, him are the only done. So make we ease and reason, smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen, and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them most than little of them. We see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. What time it hurt me to see how the face deal with the eagle of them. Regular me see it a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, and we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect we. In our life, we have no envy. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen, and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 bills, we can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go slave. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle we submit. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life. Talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, you me see enough stress. Them all a fight for who reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a breed the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. I saw the things said cause the streets don't rest.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life. Talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest, say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 bills, we can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go slave. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle resonate. The system will slide where your feet.
In the streets so we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest and them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they on the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah.
Very carefully.
Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're
very, very carefully.
Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. When God spoke his words, they said he was deranged. Marley sung his songs, they said the same. Malcolm X and Martin Luther fought relentlessly so we could be better. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise.
I want you to listen very, very careful.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah. Each one teach one, and a Father God, him a the only done. So make we ease and reason, smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen, and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them more sad than little of them. We see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. More time it hurt me if you see how the face. Deal with the eagle of them. Regular me see it a pain. Regular me see it a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. Jah alone, him a go help you. We need food, and we no healthy. We are feel the pain, beg you protect we. In our life, we have no fanfare. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen, and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's the government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. But bad mind them up to one hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a route. Not even 5 days, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go live. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the state. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle was submit. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets where we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life, ghetto life.
Everybody a priest and them want it though. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life, ghetto life. This a real ghetto life, ghetto life. Yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, you me see enough stress. Them all a fight for who reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a breed the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. Also the things said cause the streets don't rest.
In the streets where we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest and them want it though. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. But bad mind them up to one hygiene a do it. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 wheels, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go live. Them never yet plant and not try figure rape. bigger heads where you fight for the seed. Now care about the future nor the child when you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle was submit. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets where we born and grow, only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest say them want the dough. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah.
Very carefully.
Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Of righteousness, they say we are praise. When God spoke his words, they said he was deranged. Marley sung his songs, they said the same. Malcolm X and Martin Luther fought relentlessly so we could be better. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are